Let's try that again. Take two. Good afternoon, everybody. Today is May 2nd. Hours 8. Sorry, take three. Good morning, everybody. Take four. Today is May 2nd. Today is May 2nd. In honor of the chairman, it is May 2nd all day. The hour is 8:38 a.m. We have three. This is the Housing Community Development Committee. Let's go ahead and get a roll call while I drink more coffee.
All right.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Dr. Warren.
Present, glad to be here.
And Chair Colvett.
Outstanding. I am here. Chair observes quorum. Ladies and gentlemen, we have three items on the agenda today. Two of them are going to be held. First item is a presentation from Dexter Washington, Director of Memphis Housing Authority on MHA Section 8 Homebuyer Program, requested by Chairman Jones. I see that he is not here, so I assume that's going to be held until our next meeting without objection. Item number 3 is a resolution approving a 30-year ground lease with 6 10-year renewal options to Capstone Development, LLC, for a mixed-use development of multifamily residential and retail on a designated site within the district at Liberty Park. This is District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. This is a whole. Director Cash, may I have your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main.
Outstanding. I'm told we have a hold on this. Where are we?
So we do have a hold. The parties have been in discussion, and we're trying to understand what the Cooper Young Business Association is comfortable with, and then what they are objectionable to, and also with the developer and the mayor's office, just trying to come to some resolution before we come back before council with that information.
Okay, so colleagues, as I understand it, they're asking for a 2-week hold to put everything into perspective. I had a great meeting with the Cooper Young and the beginnings of the Overton Square Group, with Capstone Development Group, and with the mayor's team. And what we've tasked everybody with is to give us because we're dealing at this juncture only with the hotel and the 12,000 feet of retail at this juncture. I've tasked and asked all three parties to give me the list of the items or the things or the conditions that they absolutely want, the items that they absolutely do not want, and the items that they can conditions that they can live with. Good news is I think everyone is having good discussion, so I hope to come back in 2 weeks for a more robust visit. Also, let's make sure the administration, everybody understands that I am the chairman of the committee, but not the council lady of the district. So there is actually 4 players in this in terms of city council split 2 ways, me and Council Lady Swearingen Washington.
Yes, sir.
Outstanding. We're in agreement. No objection to a hold. Question from Councilman Morgan.
Yeah, just a request for information. And if you don't have the answer right now, we can work towards it in the next 2 weeks. I'm glad we got a little bit of time. If we vote on this today, what is the city going to be committed to in terms of its capital obligations and development, both in incentives and infrastructure?
So, and we did present that information in the last meeting. What the city would commit to is about $13 million for the site. It's 18 acres that we're talking about when we say the district. $13 million for the site. Half of that is being paid back by the developer. So in other words, the city is paying for the public improvements. There will be a public plaza on that site. And then the developer is paying for anything behind the curb, their private improvements, of course, 100% of their vertical construction. And so that's how that split is. The development team will be seeking a pilot. They were on the May agenda. I'm not sure if they're going to keep that or not. Of course, we don't have a role in that, but I know that is an ask from the CCRFC.
Okay. And is that a pilot, I guess, for every aspect of this?
So right now they are going for the multifamily and the hotel.
The multifamily.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good to go. Further questions? This is a hold for 2 weeks. Any objections? Seeing none. Item number 3 is held 2 weeks. We'll come back, but obviously I look forward to robust conversation, preferably within the next week. We got to move on this one. All right. All right, item number two, final items, resolution amending the Housing and Community Development's FY 2023 federal budget by appropriating the expenditures and revenues for the 2022 Low-Income Housing Energy Assistance Program funding. This is all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Director Cash, you're recognized again.
Great, thank you. So we're excited about this funding opportunity. This is one of our regular programs, Low Income Housing Energy Assistance Program, LIHEAP, as we call it. As you all know, Memphis has one of the highest energy burdens this in the country. This program assists low-income households in reducing their energy burdens. It's about $694,000 of grant funds to be matched with our weatherization program, which I'll approve maybe 3 council meetings or so ago. A couple of comments about the program. So last year we were able to complete 86 units, which is pretty good for that program. The average cost per unit was $6,500. And then we have a partnership. We had one contractor the last time we came with y'all. We now have 4 contractors, and that's due to recruitment, training, really trying to work with the contractor pool and the labor force community. And then really exciting, we've got a partnership with DPD, the Office of Sustainability, and Mortec. We have with them developed a training house on the back of Mortec's site. And so contractors can come and be trained on how to do the different requirements to do weatherization, to audit it, and then we'll have a professional trainer, some certification. So we're really excited to bring that online. That training house is almost done. It should launch in June, the probably the middle to end part of June. So really excited about that program. And we're asking you all to accept these funds.
Very good. Thank you, Director Cash. Any questions from the committee? Okey doke.
Mr. Chairman,
There we go.
same night minutes since we are receiving money.
Outstanding. Any objection to same night minutes? Seeing none, that goes downstairs with same night minutes. This is a resolution. So let me go ahead and get a motion on the floor to send down.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded to send down the affirmative with same night minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, to the opinion of the chair, it's unanimous. There being no further discussion, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
And I hope y'all have a great
This committee to order. Ms. Keaton, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Chair Sir Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have two items. One is a presentation, one is a discussion. Item number one, Flip My Life presentation, requested by Councilman Smiley with Miss Mary Beth Conley. So you can come up here and join us, give your name and address for the record. And do you have a PowerPoint? Is that what's on the
Video.
Okay. Okay. After you give your name and address, the floor is yours.
Mary Beth Conley and Rick Woodall, and the address of Flip My Life is 310 North Oak Grove Road, 38120. Thank you so much, first of all. This is so weird, y'all. I'm used to seeing you 2x2 via Zoom over the last couple of years. But thank you mostly for allowing us to speak. And thank you as well to you and to Councilwoman Logan for coming out to the job site. We would love to have everyone come out. It's an important part of understanding why we would be making what I understand is an unusual request. And Vice Chair Smiley invited us to present for that reason, because he also came out and he actually saw the work being done. So Flip My Life is a new nonprofit. I retired from Channel 3 to launch it with my husband, Rick, who's a contractor out of East Tennessee, which you'll recognize from the accent. And it addresses three distinct challenges that Memphis has. And what we're asking for, if there is any way to get funding additional to what the city council grants would allow. Because I understand there are limits built into the rules of the grants that obviously are very logical. A new nonprofit doesn't have a track record. The reason why Flip My Life is a little bit unusual in my view is that you can actually see that the work is being done. There are no salaries being paid. We are not being paid anything. There is no executive director of the nonprofit, for instance. All of the funding goes to the physical work of renovating a long abandoned house in Fraser on Driftwood. It was a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath, and we are renovating into a 6-bed, 4.5 bath without adding square footage. Gentrification is a particular touch point of mine, so we're very conscious of not overbuilding the neighborhood. But Rick has a real skill of, I guess, putting puzzles together. Yeah. He has found a way to carve out additional space within the current structure. And the house will be used as a transition home for people returning to Memphis from prison as they work to reintegrate, work on both soft skills and hard skills with Lifeline to Success, which of course has a 13-year track record of helping people reintegrate. We do not own the house. Lifeline is not paying us to renovate it. It was donated to them. They own it solely. They just did not have the funding to renovate it. And when God told me to produce a TV show, flipping houses for people returning to Memphis from prison, I needed a house to renovate that would provide multiple stories, because the other component to Flip My Life is that it will be a web series profiling people who are returning, the hurdles that they have following incarceration that they face, that are often illogical, the disparities and inequities often found in our criminal justice system that don't benefit the entire community. We want to introduce viewers to people who are not necessarily bad people. They're good people who have done bad things and have done the work or are doing the work to become productive, tax-paying, positive citizens. And we feel like if we introduce people who are otherwise compassionate but don't think incarceration or reentry is their problem to folks who are not them but are us, maybe we can change the conversation about restorative justice. There are so many programs from from Ec Ops to Hope Works to the expungement program that's ramped up in the criminal court clerk's office to Memphis Allies to Lifeline to Success to Manhood University, public and private organizations and programs working to help people reenter. And so while, yes, this program, the project addresses blight, which is a major problem for Memphis, it addresses crime and recidivism, which is a major problem for Memphis. I frankly think the media project addresses another huge problem for Memphis, and that is the headlines that we get. Memphis has much more hope than the headlines, both local and national, show. And I think Memphis can be on the forefront of a restorative justice, a call for restorative justice nationally. And that's what Flip My Life's about. So you can tell I'm pretty passionate about it. And this is a video that is not, the show is not a documentary. I believe the reason God developed it as a flip show is because people won't watch a documentary about criminal justice reform or restorative justice unless they're already in the choir, if you will. They will watch a flip show. It's the most popular genre on TV. So we'll get them in the door with the flip, and they'll meet people that they would have crossed the street if they had seen, and they'll meet them and realize that they're just like us. So, as they say, roll the beautiful bean footage.
Do you have the folders?
Yes.
Okay.
The more we can provide an off-ramp for people who have been released from prison, giving them the practical alternative to life on the street, not only are they going to be better off, but we're all going to be better off.
Right.
If we're going to be responsible and really, really thoughtful about what our public policy is and our approach to public safety, then you're going to have to rehabilitate individuals and you're going to have to really pour into them. If folks can't come home free from stigma and root in their community and have opportunity to work and take care of their families, then they may end up in this vicious cycle again.
You can either help me give them the tools necessary to become positive, productive citizens, or they can break in your house.
Most people get out of jail and they just throw them out there. They don't have no job, nowhere to go. They just throw them back out there and just say, hey, back into society. That's what make a lot of folks go back, because y'all not getting them no tools to either get back to society or get them a chance to even try to do something different. Y'all just throw them back out there.
If we continue to shun people with records and push them down and not give them jobs, not give them opportunities, it only leaves them with one choice, and that's committing more crimes. Especially if they reach out and say, I want to help, I want to change my life. We've got to lift them up. It helps us all, and we can do it.
After I had my daughter, who was my youngest child, I lost my job, and I made the worst decision I could have ever made, and robbed a store, and they got me 5 years. How do you make up for being away from your children that long?
We have to restore home, we have to restore family, and we do not do that by taking resources away from people. We restore family, we restore home by investing in people, investing in families so that they have the ability to go out in the community and do everything they need to do to take care of themselves.
I'm trying to be on a positive road now, Just being away from my kids and not knowing if they're getting treated right. That's what I'm getting to right now, a better life for myself and my kids.
This will be more meeting space, because they do a lot of counseling. They do group meetings, anger management, conflict resolution, all that. So they want that space in the house as well so that they can all be right here.
Our society is made up of all types of people. And if we're not the type of city to re-accept our own, what model, what example are we leading? What do we expect to happen when they're out? Where will they go? What are they gonna do?
I believe everybody deserves a second chance. We all make mistakes in life. I could very easily be one of them. If I've proven myself and I'm working hard to try to advance, someone ought to be able to look at that and say, hey, they need a second chance.
So we have folders for everyone with detailed. I'm a reader, so I like more information than less. I know you guys are so swamped, but we just ask for whatever help you might be able to provide. We're doing this anyway. We began it in November. It took 3 months to demolish the house.
Yes.
But that's why we're doing it, because we love Memphis, and we believe people do deserve a second chance.
I would like to add, I am formerly incarcerated. Yes, sir, if you can hand those out. When I went away at 49 years old, it changed my life. I was a successful contractor, but when I went to prison, I dealt with people, they didn't seem to have a future. The people that were in there with me, they had come back to prison several times, and their biggest deal was, I did what I did because I needed money. No one would hire me. So I went back to my roots. Excuse me. Makes me a little emotional, but it changed my life. I said, guys, there is a better way. So when I came out, I decided I'm going to show people. I had, and I hate to use this term, but I had some privilege. We all know what I'm talking about. I came out, I didn't have to check a box. I didn't have to do anything. I went right back into my contracting work. I was not, I had people waiting for me, but I went right back into contracting, never had to worry about, okay, how do I get a job? Menial jobs sometimes. They can't even support your family. Yes, I was looked down on sometimes, but I didn't have to go through what a lot of other people have to go through. And this here, as some of you know, everybody on that video have served time. We're getting them jobs. I want them to become their own bosses, to where they don't have to check a box or worry, and make their life better. And that's why I'm in this. So if you read the pamphlet, you'll probably see what I did. It was a stupid move. I'm ashamed of what I did, but I'm proud. I know this sounds crazy, that I actually had to go to prison to change my life, to see what truly is happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for any help you can give. And Chair, thank you, or Vice Chair Smiley, thank you for inviting us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, absolutely. We have Ms. Brown here. I know y'all didn't see her walk in, actually come up. So they work in partnership with Lifeline to Success, and we would love for you to share some words about what's transpiring.
Good morning. It is an honor to be here. I think you.
I'm sorry, name and address for the record.
I know that. Vanessa Brown, 1647 Delwood Avenue, 38127, beautiful community of Fraser. It is an honor to be here, and it is an honor to have partners that want to see people grow. Lifeline to Success is a reentry program based out of Fraser, and we work with men and women that have aggravated felonies. And these two here are supporting something that they're supporting a trade, they're supporting a career, they're supporting a lifestyle. And I came today, one reason, but it's changed. This young man, his name is Jameer Robinson. Jameer came to us as a 20-year-old. Jameer went through the Office of Reentry Focus program. He went through Lifeline to Success. We taught him how to buy underwear. We taught him how to tie a tie. We gave him his first suit. When he graduated, he went to get a job with a felon-friendly company. felon-friendly company let him stay temporary so they could work him, and then they fired him. Saturday, he passed away. Someone shot him. He was supposed to be in my office yesterday morning. What they're doing is going to save other lives. This young man was like a son to us. So when you do this work, and we're looking at making sure they have adequate housing and they have adequate positions and careers and dreams, we're dealing with lives. We're not dealing with numbers. We're not dealing with I'm the best. We're dealing with lives. And this young man no longer has his life. And I don't want to do this anymore. So what I ask is that they are already putting together something that will not look like any ordinary house. When they finish, and I'm not able to see it, but I have my assumptions because I've seen what they've done, it will be like the Taj Mahal.
We're holding her back because the
They're holding
reveal is
hostage.
very important in a flip show.
But for someone to walk into that and see what they can achieve and also get a trade, and it's not just what they're doing. We've got auto body. I've had someone come in with auto body, and I've got a pilot about to train them so they can be drone operators. Because companies tell us they're felon-friendly, and they are not. They'll use us, work us, and then send us away. So I ask if you could please gift them something so not just the people of Frazier have this opportunity, the house is open for anyone that has a felony. They have an opportunity to live somewhere safe, talk together, we call it chop it up, and grow together. And then when we have this person's funeral, this young man's funeral, you will see how many graduates come because we're a family and they're going to celebrate their little brother's life. But I'd rather celebrate graduations than a funeral. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with us. I think usually this would be the point where I start talking a lot, but I won't this time. I'll save my comments toward the end. Dr. Warren, I know you're in the queue, and then Councilwoman Lovell.
I just wonder, I'm intrigued by this idea of making this a series or a program, which you can like document, how various people do in different houses or bought or put on the market this way. Do you have any investment from Hollywood or people that are looking at this? And if so, or if not, what can we do to help there?
That is a great question. Lynn Zittler and I have talked many, many times. She loves the concept, and we take no credit for the concept because I didn't come up with it. It was literally given to me. In fact, I've been told, have you thought about changing the name from Flip My Life? Because the acronym FML stands for something else. Yeah. And I said, I can't change it because God told me to call it Flip My Life. So to answer your question, we have actually had interest from 3 different national producers. We've been working on this behind the scenes since 2018, trying to figure out how to do this. And so the pandemic hit and production shut down, so that closed off a door to HGTV because it was then sold to Discovery, now Warner Brothers. It's a complicated corporate thing. So that door shut. And I'm still working steadily to reopen it with new people. And a Hollywood producer was particularly interested because he loves Memphis stories. He's a reality show producer who spent quite a bit of time here. So Lynn wanted to introduce me to him, to tell him the concept, but she said, I'm not going to do it unless you have protection of the idea because he'll steal it. It's a great show concept. And I said, look, if it's meant to be stolen, it's meant to be stolen. I'm not worried about this. This is not mine anyway. Point is, I went to an attorney and said, we need a copywriter. She won't even introduce me. And he said, they don't copyright concepts. Yet 3 weeks later, we got a copyright on the concept. So they're out there, but quite frankly, I began to feel in my spirit toward the end of 21, reality shows are often designed to make people look ridiculous. So that's why we decided to go the nonprofit route and produce it ourselves so that we create the story. We believe people deserve to be treated with dignity, and you can still have an entertainment value. Because once we have produced it, then nobody can take it and make them look ridiculous and sensational. Having worked in the business of media for 40 years, I know about sensationalism. I just don't like it. So that's
We've
why
never noticed that.
that's why we haven't pursued that actively, but I do believe it will be distributed. And yesterday I had a conversation with K-Love. They want to do a radio interview about the program, but they were a bit reluctant to focus too much on the media aspect of it because obviously they feel like it's a competitive situation. So when they found out more about it, they said, you know what, we actually produce videos and movies, which I didn't know. So we now have a door open to K-Love, which I believe might handle it better.
Yeah,
So
I'm just saying, this looks to me like something that, A, I think will be a success. B, other places could do it locally.
Yes.
And, because so you could actually produce this as a local version. We could be the first one
beginning.
doing it. And then it could
Exactly.
go from city to city where you could have this come out and people could be seeing it. So I think it's I can see how this could explode. That's where I think the vast majority of the capital is going to have to come from someone who can see how they can make money doing this and make money
Yes.
doing something good.
Absolutely. And we totally agree. And we have, yes, I totally agree. We just want to make sure it's done right before we let that happen. But if someone came along, and we would love if anyone has a connection to anyone who could distribute it. Right now, we're going to put it on the web.
I'm going to talk to you offline.
That would be great.
I just want to, what part of East Tennessee are you from?
I'm from Knoxville, and she was originally from Knoxville.
Well, I'm from Abingdon, Virginia.
Okay,
so
I know
it's
right
right
up
up the
there.
road.
Yes, it's a beautiful part of the country.
That's how come I understand how you talk, man.
I used to have that accent. And then I came to Memphis to be cool.
So we're gonna go to Councilwoman Logan, who's also in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to say thank you for following your heart and direction. Thank you for protecting this and not wanting to look at it as a profit opportunity, but wanting to really change lives. And I love the concept. And when you talk about checking the boxes, it checks off so many of the boxes that we as a body have discussed, the things that are going on in this city. But most importantly, it's saving lives and saving families and saving communities and giving people a second chance. And to partner with such an awesome organization such as Lifeline, who does such wonderful work, it's a God thing, and you can't back off of that. And so making certain that the true stories are told, and we were talking about that yesterday, about telling the stories, the good stories of Memphis, and that's what this is doing. So it's a no-brainer. We have to support the organizations and the people and the opportunities to strengthen Memphis, to put us in a better light and tell who we really are, and to help change and transform lives and families. And so I greatly appreciate it in everything that, that I can do. And I'll yell it from the mountaintop, because I know it's effective. I've seen the work. Some of us have toured, and in touring, it doesn't even compare to, I know when we talked about it last year, when you first told me about it, I had a concept, but then seeing it yesterday and hearing the story of how you came together, there's no way we cannot support a program like this. So thank you for what you're doing, and don't be afraid to stand alone. Even though you're not alone, don't be afraid to stand in what you're called to do. So thank you so much once again for that.
Thank you.
I would like to reiterate, and I've told you this, this house, on the road it's on, there are some nice houses on the road, and there are some that are kind of blighted, and we want this house to stand out, to be a model, to where people in the neighborhood can say, we are proud that it's a transition home, because Lifeline will have people there, and they do service days and stuff, and they will come in and help other homeowners up and down that road to transform this road. And I want ours, this is my vision for it, okay, to be a transformation. And it's the center and that rest of that road. They're all proud of their homes. They're proud to have a transition home in their neighborhood, to see what people really are like. The people, they've made mistakes, but they're trying to change their lives. So I want to emphasize that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to reiterate what Councilwoman Logan said. This is a great way for us to brand Memphis, for us to tell our own story of how we're investing in our own community members, as well as changing the trajectory of so many people's lives. And any way that I can support, I would love to do it. I think it is just phenomenal. I love the work that you're doing, and I'm excited about you following what God has put into your heart. Any way that I can support, I wholeheartedly would do so. This is a great way to brand. Councilman Smiley was just talking about, how are we branding Memphis? How are we showing how important Memphis is?
Director Fouché, I know you hear it.
Absolutely. I've always thought that Memphis had so much more promise than problems. I view Memphis as a city of hope, because I don't think that people would start as many nonprofits as there are here if they didn't have hope that we can make it better. And that story is just never told. It has broken my heart the last 6 months of the national coverage that we've gotten, because it's not the Memphis that I came to love when I moved here in 1985. And believe me, coming from East Tennessee, I was told, oh my God, you'll be killed. I get so upset. So you've got a one-person ambassador out there when I travel. Two-person now, because over the last 4 years, you're not from here.
All right.
You're from here. You and I are from here. This one, we have to work on the accent.
No, it's fine. Thank you. I want to say one other thing is I did not make it to Memphis until 2018, okay? And that's all I ever heard. Oh, it's terrible. It's a terrible place. And I'm down here 2 to 3 times a month now, back and forth. I love Memphis. I never thought I would, but I do. So.
Councilwoman Issa Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank y'all for, one, choosing to do it. Also working with the great Browns couples and what they're doing and have been doing in Fraser, and how they've amplified that on the city and the county level now with DeAndre. And then also just bringing us out. I knew you've been talking to, I guess, a couple of us about what you've been doing, but once you see the work and the love that Rick is putting into it, the other individuals and contractors who were there, the folks across the street who were just watching in awe and seeing what's going on day by day. Even the dump truck that came that day when we were there looked excited to be there and be a part of it.
Even in the rain.
Yes, even in the rain when we were there. And it was a good feeling. You felt the change while being there. And having, Fraser and being in that district and in that area for years, just seeing folks continuously care about the area and the people is what's going to make the difference. I know that Chair Smiley is, I don't know what he's concocting up here, but I had a question from Chief Ryan, if you can join us at one of the microphones. I know that I had mentioned to Ms. Conley about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and we know that we've put money in that funding for the renovation, not the new build, of homes in areas that prioritize folks working together and collaborations and nonprofits. I want to know if this council had a resolution made to allocate a certain amount of money from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to this. Is that possible? Yes or no?
Shandell Ryan, COO for the City of Memphis. My understanding is that this would not qualify for the for this fund, but I'm happy to take a deeper dive into it. But that's my understanding, that this type of project would not qualify.
This is a 501c3. Okay. Is there do you have it on top reason why it would not qualify? if it's a renovation of a home in the city of Memphis with multiple nonprofits working to do it?
I do not have the specifics of that, but I did have a conversation with the HCD director who has had a conversation with this project, with those involved with this project, and did what she could to assist them with some grant funding. There is some more opportunities for grants in November when the portal reopens for that. But that's what I'm told after her exploration with them about the project, that it didn't qualify for the housing fund.
Okay, I think we have something else, but I do want to ask for, can we get or put on the agenda next time in your committee to get a more discussion about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund so that we know the ins and outs, how it works, and so we're not sending our constituents to the wrong direction if that's where we're putting our money at?
Absolutely,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Consider that added,
Sure.
Councilwoman Logan?
Can we also add that if you all could bring back any opportunities, if there are in the budget or government or wherever there's an opportunity for us to support, if you could bring that back, even though I know you said this one might not be it, but where is it that we can? What area? Thank you.
Consider that added. I think we spent a lot of time. So first of all, thank you all for coming today. Thank you for accepting the invitation. Councilman Canale? Doing all right. Just waving at me. All right, appreciate you. I think we spent a lot of time, in talking about, ways to move the city forward, how we can provide help for those who are experiencing homelessness, those folks who are experiencing transition from incarceration to life as should be a fully and wholly accepted citizen in this country. But I don't think we do everything in our power to put people in a position to succeed, and that's why we have high rates of recidivism. And the reason I've been moving back and forth, having conversations, is because we're working on something. Hopefully, we have it ready in the next 2 weeks, because I think you're gonna see a proposal from this body to fund a couple of different things, including this program as well. I just think we have to do more for people who have experienced, made mistakes. And unfortunately, when they get out, society is not ready to accept them. But people in these seats, these positions, we only need these positions for a limited amount of time. And the limited amount of time that we spend in these seats, we should be using our positions, our power, our influence to put people in a better position. So what you can expect from this council, assuming we can work it out the way that we plan to work it out, was the funding resolution to fund this program, among other things. I think we found some funding to support this program, and we got to support people. We don't do a good enough job of that. We support programs that oftentimes don't do anything. I think there's programs right now in the city of Memphis that we have dedicated funding to that have not spent their money, are not making real substantial impact to people. I think we just got to do a better job, and I think this council, with this particular budget, administration, it's going to be a long one, because this council has different priorities. And I think the very first thing in terms of priorities for this council is going to be how are we empowering people. So thank you for coming. Thank you for the work thank you for doing, and I think this council is standing with you all. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for your time and your service to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one other item on the agenda today. Chief Ryan, I just want to say hello. All right. One other item on the agenda, sidewalk violations and repairs discussion requested by Councilwoman Robinson. Since Councilwoman Robinson here, we don't even have to talk about this. I am playing. We are so eager to talk about this. We're going to do it. I think I broke some parts today, but we're going to have this conversation. I think it's much needed. Director, Director Lynn, y'all know what to do. Go ahead.
Sir. So Manny's and his team are going to do most of this, but this is a Public Works budget item. So Robert Connect, Public Works Director, and obviously
Manny.
So good morning, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. This discussion item regarding sidewalk was presented by Councilwoman Robinson as a discussion item. We've had numerous meetings in the past to talk about the sidewalk initiative that the city conducts, including some of the programs that we have included in there, such as the sidewalk assistance program. So a little bit of a background regarding sidewalks. From a budgetary perspective, annually the council allocates roughly about $500,000 to do sidewalk repairs throughout the city.
Those repairs, are those repairs more so, I guess, not necessarily in front of folks' homes?
Quasi, so let me kind of drill down a little bit on that. So that allocation is typically to repair sidewalks that are owned by city property. So any sidewalk adjacent city-owned properties, those are repaired using those funds. We also have, as part of the sidewalk assistance program, whether they qualify or not, based on their income, age, or what have you, those funds are also used towards that program. And then the last thing I would say is that part of the process for citing violators for repair of sidewalks, those typically go through a process. One performed internally by my team, notifying property owners about the violations, with the hope that the property owner would repair the sidewalk. If we don't get compliance, we will then coordinate with our legal team, our internal legal team, and they will send out a notice to the property owner for said violation. Again, giving opportunity to property owners to repair those sidewalks.
Mr. Belen, it's like if you go through Memphis and you just look at sidewalks in general, we have, 50%, 70% of sidewalks that are in need of repair. How do you know where to start, and how many people are you actually talking to?
So there's roughly about 3,500 miles of sidewalks within the city, of which 80 to 90% of it are in desperate repair. So with the annual allocation that we have, you're looking at, to just repair the entire sidewalk as its existence today, would probably need about $1.25 billion. Okay.
So essentially, we've got sidewalks that the people who live there need to repair them, and unless someone's really complaining about it, we're not telling them they have to go do it, right?
Well, so once we are notified of the violation, my team would typically go out in the field, inspect the sidewalk that is sent to us as a complaint, mark it in the field in terms of what needs to be repaired. It may be just one block, it may be one, 5 by 5 square, it could be 2. So they'll mark it out in the field, send the property owner a notice saying, hey, we've gone out there in the field, we marked it up, we ask that you repair it. Again, the hope is the property owner would then repair it on their own. So they'll coordinate with my team to get that repaired. If we do not get a response from the property owner, we ask for assistance from our legal team. And typically the legal teams, they have a little bit more force in terms of the notification to the property owner, again, with the hopes of them repairing it. At the end of the day, to make the long story short, if that process still does not yield the positive response that we want, then it goes through the court system, in which case a judgment can be made to the property owner that needs to be either one, the city repairs it and place it on that property owner's as a lien tax, and then we go ahead and repair it. So from the procedural perspective, that's what happens. And then obviously once it's a lien, typically we can't use general obligation bond. Our bond counsel indicated that we can't use that kind of funds to do the lien, so we often charge that against our operating dollars.
So so we have $1.2 billion problem, and we have to go through 7 steps to get to where we have to go into our operating funds to get the money to do it. So it doesn't seem like we've got a decent plan to actually fix this as a city. Would you say that's a good way to look at it, or an accurate way?
Yes, sir. I would say, however, that to even boil it down even further, it's the code. So we're following our current code as it's written. So we are complying with what the code is written. And if we do decide as a body and as an organization to change that, then that would have to be modified.
If you had a recommendation of how we could change the code to like actually get to where we could start repairing sidewalks or help people repair sidewalks, how would we change that code to make it easier? And I don't expect you to give me an answer to that, but I think everyone who's listening to what you just had to say can say, well, this is not working. It hasn't worked for the last 20 years. We can tell by the number of sidewalks we have in disrepair. Come up with plan B for us and help us. I mean, any other colleagues have comments?
I want to add a context here if it's appropriate. So we've looked at many different options over the years to fund these kind of priorities, and obviously, we also have, 6,714 miles of streets. So we have lots of priorities to maintain in our right-of-ways. And because the sidewalks by ordinance are private property, obviously that is not on us. Other cities have looked at bringing sidewalk ownership inside and funding it that way by removing the property owner responsibility, only to reverse it because the cost is so astronomical. So this is not something unique to Memphis as well. But I mean, we have looked at multiple different options to funding infrastructure, and sidewalks being one of those, and for a complete way. But it is all that comes at a cost. It either comes through either fees or all other alternatives. But that's something we have evaluated and looked at ways to implement.
Well, I don't have an answer for it either. I just know a lot of people do. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Chairman. This is not to do with sidewalks, but since both of you gentlemen are sitting here, could you please let MLGW know that when they dig up a street and they fill that hole with rocks, it is totally unacceptable to leave it like that, not mark it, not barricade it. And this probably happens all over the city, but I know this past weekend, because it was near my house, 2 tires were blown. They filled the hole with rocks. Of course, it rained. The rocks washed out. And 2 vehicles had blown tires because of it. So I don't know whose responsibility it is, but they can't dig in our streets. And if they're not going to put a steel plate over it, they've got to barricade it somehow. Now, I reached out. I don't know if I sent a text message to both of you or if I sent it to Frank Fletcher at MLGW, but they did barricade it later, but that was after 2 cars had experienced blown tires. So what is their protocol for what are they supposed to do?
Well, so we allow different mechanisms because we do, in Public Works, we do similarly actions to once we bring a street to grade, then the issue of the uneven pavement where the risk to a vehicle having an incident is, de minimis technically. We also use road plates depending on, where we are in the process of the repair in the interment of getting the repaving done and getting the cut and patch finished. But you're right. I mean, if you do bring it to grade and there's rain, you have to come out and adjust it. You can't leave it. You should not leave it there for an extended period of time is the point. So it really comes down to the timing of the ultimate repair and then the management of it. If you bring the street to grade, you don't require to put a barricade technically. But is it a practice to notify drivers that there is a different surface there? Yes, potentially. But that's not the general standard, construction standard.
But if they bring it to grade and a weekend's coming and rain's coming and that hole is likely to wash out, that's a real problem.
Well, what they should do like we do, we maintain a location of where we have, barricades or street work done. So there's somebody who goes out and regularly checks those sites to make sure that the barricades are up or the plate hasn't moved or everything is as it should be. That's the best practice that cities usually use to manage street cuts or known issues that we need to monitor. We monitor it regularly.
Okay. Director Boleyn, you were anxious to hit that mic button.
I was just going to say President McGowan is, I think, set to be in your executive meeting this afternoon.
That's fantastic news.
We'll work on that. Councilman, you complete? Thank you. Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Councilman Canali, for bringing that up. And since you all are talking about sidewalks and digging up streets and everything else, have you all ever thought about digging up streets and how you don't put it back together the way in which it should be is messing up our sidewalks that you're talking about? You know, ground sinks, level, just like a deceased body. I'm in the funeral business. Cemeteries, if you don't do certain things, you're going to sink. A lot of those sidewalks are being broken up because of people, MLG and W City. Hey, y'all fix the street, but half fix the street, and then you forget about the sidewalks. I need y'all to look into that. Bring me a little study back on streets that you all have fixed, and then the sidewalks that are bad. Then that will give me an idea of what's going on because, hey, it will sink. It will mess up sidewalks. Then you want to put a price to all your residents that have these sidewalks. But the problem is you've been out there and you dug up and really didn't put it back together the way in which it should have. I don't need you to answer that question. None of that, because you're not going to give me the right answer right now. But I need y'all to really kind of research that, because that's why I'm glad you brought that up, okay? Yeah, air. Everything else goes under, and it's very important, because you're looking at billions of dollars, you're saying, for sidewalks. But are y'all the cause of some of it?
So I appreciate that, Councilman Ford. So just to tie back into the complaints that we typically get. So often when we get a complaint from citizens, again, we dispatch our inspectors out in the field. Roughly 26 to 28% of the complaints that we get are often related to like an MLGW repair. So those are then removed from our typical process, and we coordinate with MLGW or any associated divisions that may have done the work to make the necessary repairs. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, I need y'all to get with MLG and W, pull theirs too, and then we're going to hold them responsible for the sidewalks also. It's not for us to just do and what they're doing. So, hey, it would be the city and MLG and W. So I need y'all to get with them, make sure that they're going to be held responsible just like everybody else, because those are the things that happen. Just like Councilman Canali just said, you go out there and you fix the street and shuts, and then you forget about it.
Yes, sir. And let me add, because we have sanitary sewer that serves houses. So usually when we get a cavity or a depression and it causes the sidewalk to settle or fail, yeah, we have to work very closely with MLGW to find out who's responsible. Then that person has to resolve it. And we're supposed to fix the sidewalk. If we have to dig up and repair the sewer line, or they have to dig up to repair the water line, they're supposed to bring it to grade, compact it like you said, and then re-pour the sidewalk. That is not on the citizen. That is on either one of those entities. So, but we have had historical problems where the communication hasn't always worked as well as we'd like. There's a breakdown and somebody drops the ball, and we are constantly working to fix that. So I own that, and I agree that we need to have a better information about that.
I understand that, but MLG and W says not them. Y'all say it's not y'all. So, hey, y'all need to go and get in the middle and have y'all share it together. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Yes.
Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering about the repair of the sidewalks by the city property, such as the community centers, the parks, and the libraries. How is that addressed?
So those typically we get a list of sidewalk repairs from an annual basis. So we identify all city properties that have sidewalk repair needed. And when I say sidewalk, I'm talking about sidewalks that are contained within the city right away, not the sidewalk that leads from the right of way, say, to the building itself. Typically that section of the sidewalk would be handled by our Parks Division, but anything that is within the city rights of ways is what we would then repair.
So I think you have to kind of imagine a street. Let's say a typical street that has a sidewalk and curb and gutter, where you have that. What Manny's saying is that within that distance from one sidewalk to other sidewalk, we call that the right of way, the city's right of way. The city owns that and allows citizens to use it. You know, that's the way the ordinance is written. So, if it was a city property where that sidewalk existed, that's where we use the funds to fix the sidewalk. But if it's an interior sidewalk that goes through a park or that actually goes up to the community center, that's on the division itself. So we have that distinction. And just correct me, Penny, at 500,000, I think it's $1,000 per foot, or for every 5 feet. That's how much we actually have to budget for every year. I think you need to clarify how much we can actually do with that money.
So currently, I think it is per linear foot. It's like $400 a linear foot. Yeah, so it's about $400 a linear foot. It's the current contract.
1,250 feet that we can potentially do every year.
All right. Doesn't sound like a lot. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any other issues before this committee?
No, but you know I'm still anxious to talk about paving. So we'll talk about that at a later time because we
Thank
really
you.
need that area.
We all like paving. All right. Everyone wants more paving, and it's so nice driving on paved streets. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Councilman Smiley. Let's have a seat.
I listened to Councilwoman Jenna.
Thank you so much. Today is May 2nd, and it is now 10:21 in the morning, and I hereby call the Public Services, Art, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhood Committee to the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Brown, and you're looking so beautiful this morning. Would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Good morning. Councilman Connelly? Councilman Carlisle? Councilman Jones? Councilman Morgan? Councilman Smiley? Councilman Smiley? Okay. Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
I'm here, thank you. The first item we have before this committee is a discussion on ordinance number 5843 relative to animals and horse-drawn carriages requested by Public Services. Thank you. Would you please put your name and your state your name and your address for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Alexis Pugh, and I'm the Director of Animal Services operating at 2350 Appling City Cove.
All right. We had on our agenda, we were talking last time about the wording in our resolution. Can you give us an update of what you've done since our last meeting?
Yes, ma'am. Pursuant to our discussion during council last Tuesday, one, I did distribute, hopefully you all received the heat maps as requested for where calls came into, as well as impoundment of animals. Worked with the Office of Performance Management on that. So you should all have that per your request. In terms of the ordinance language itself, one of the things I thought important to do, given our conversation about that one particular line about the impoundment of dogs, was do some research and look at what's happening in other local jurisdictions, as well as other jurisdictions of similar size and demographic around the country. And what I found is the overarching theme seemed to lead us back to the following suggested language. I believe Chairman Jones actually brought this up during full council on Tuesday. But quantifying it by saying something to the effect of animal services officers shall have the authority to impound any dog found running at large, abandoned, or subject to neglect, cruelty, or any of the conditions described in section 8-5-3, or is not in compliance with any other provision of this chapter and the owner notified if known. We feel that modification from shall to shall have the authority still meets the desired end goal and keeps us in alignment with what's happening in other communities around the country.
Okay. Is that the same wording in 85-11 as well? No, that's 853. You're right. Okay. Were there any other changes?
No, ma'am. My understanding in the receipt of public feedback was that all other provisions in the proposed ordinance revisions were acceptable to the community, and that this was the one point of language contention that existed. And so we wanted to work to come to a compromise, and hopefully this achieves that.
Okay. Were there any questions from any colleagues? Okay.
What was the public feedback on that? Because it seemed like when they were talking to us, they wanted shall for sure, because that means they're going to do it. Shall have the authority doesn't mean they're necessarily going to do it. Are they okay with that change?
Speak to that.
Please. Thank you.
I think we got into a big discussion, and I stayed out of it purposefully, as you might understand. I think there's a big discussion conflating two different things, and I think Chairman Jones pointed out that not all dogs running at large are vicious dogs. They may be my dog that may have been let out by MLG&W inadvertently. He'll have identification, phone number of the mom and the vet, and for the shall to require you to take my dog when I'm standing there and put him in the pound violates probably some due process concerns under the Constitution. So that's why that language was a little less mandatory than these people wanted. And these dogs that they're talking about, as Ms. Pugh has advised me, they have owners, but they are running at large and essentially are a different problem than the typical owned pet, okay?
And I think you can't just have this broad brush that attacks them both the same way. And it may be that we may want to separately, or part of this ordinance is have animal services have some sort of task force to address these other types of animals and come back and report to you quarterly about their attempts to eradicate the problem. The other thing is you can put shall under penalty of death, you shall take these dogs, but it's impossible. It is physically impossible. It cannot be enforced. It cannot be implemented. You cannot go to court and mandate that they do something that they physically and fiscally cannot do. So that's why you have to have some latitude in this language to allow them to have some discretion, because even if you wanted them to do, they don't have the people, the resources, the facilities to be able to do it, and no court is going to make them do it if they can't physically and fiscally do it. So that's why I think you have to have some latitude in this language. And we worked, and I think state law requires you to make reasonable efforts to find the owner, otherwise you may be taking somebody's property without due process of law, and that's what we were sensitive to when we drafted this language. So I wanted you to have the full background of why it was done. And interestingly, the one lady that worked at Collierville for how many years, their language says that the animal control officers may pick up the animals. So, I mean, I think it's somewhat disingenuous for them to come in and want to impose this draconian language on us when they don't have to do it in other jurisdictions.
Yeah, I understand that. I just wanted to see how that had played out with the community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So are we saying we're going to stick with May, or we're going to change to shall?
I think she has the language, shall have.
She has shall in there now.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's acceptable to council, we can put that into a document format with the city attorney and have that distributed prior to this afternoon's full council meeting. So you will have that updated language, and we can proceed where everyone has the same information on the paper.
Yes, sounds good. Are there any other questions? Okay, we want to state for the record that Councilman Warren, Councilman Ford, and Councilman Covet have joined us. That's it. All right, well, if there is no other further business to come before this committee, we are adjourned.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Call us up.
Good morning, colleagues. It is 10:31 on May 2nd, and I hereby call the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee to order. Ms. Crichton, please call the roll.
Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Morgan. Here. Councilman Ford. Here. Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Colvette. Here. Councilman Warren. Present. And Chairwoman Logan.
Present. Colleagues, we have two items on the agenda. The first is a presentation from Youth Villages Memphis Allies Program requested by Councilman Canale. And can I have a? Yes, just presentation. I'm sorry. Okay. Please give us your name and address and go. You'll be recognized, whoever's representing the organization.
Susan Deason, Executive Director of Memphis Allies, 5515 Shelby Oaks Drive, 38134.
All right, thank you. You can go right ahead with your presentation.
Okay. First, I'd like to introduce my colleagues who are here to co-present.
Carl Davis, Director of Operations.
Leslie Dumas, Regional Supervisor over the youth program.
I think you cut it off.
Renato Baker, Executive Director of I Shall Not Die But Live, partner with Memphis Allies.
What was the name of it again?
I Shall Not Die But Live.
Okay. And go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Logan, and for all of you for having us here this morning to present. There is no way we could encapsulate everything that we have learned over the last 2 years that helped form this initiative in 10 to 15 minutes, but we will do our best to give a good overview. Many of you may have heard of Youth Villages and may have various understandings about what we do as an organization. I want to be clear that we launched this initiative 2 years ago because the gun violence problem facing Memphis and Shelby County has reached an all-time high. It is driving a lot of fear, a lot of concern across the community, and most importantly, it is impacting the most under-resourced areas in our community. Our goal with this initiative is to come together with other organizations to reduce homicides and gun violence in Memphis. This is a new issue for us at Youth Villages to take this on directly, but we have been since 1986 working with young people, families, young adults, creating evidence-based models to assist those families in getting on the right path. We have been on a learning journey over the past couple of years and would like to share with you a summary of some of that learning and, most importantly, talk with you about the work that's actually going on the ground today. So, first, again, this work was launched by Youth Villages, but this is not Youth Villages alone doing this work. This is about bringing community organizations together, organizations that have credibility in their own communities, have been doing this work and have for a long time been doing this work without the necessary resources to make the level of impact and to scale to effectively reduce gun violence in their communities. So our goal is to bring resources to these organizations and come together with them to deliver services to the highest risk individuals. Over the next 3 years, by the end of that 3-year period of time, we will be serving anywhere from 800 to 1,000 individuals annually. And we are currently partnering with the organizations that you see on the screen before you: Lifeline to Success, Neighborhood Christian Centers, I Shall Not Die But Live, and Youth Villages is also a service provider alongside those 3 other organizations. So I'm going to share with you briefly before passing over to my colleagues what I think is the most key part of the learning journey, which is how do we categorize the work that is going on across our community? Because there is so much work going on in our community. We hear all the time that we need to talk about the root causes. We need to get back to preventing this problem. And I agree with that. But we know that prevention efforts take years to see the results of. And so what we would like to do is continue to support the prevention efforts that are going on. Let organizations like Youth Villages, other organizations that have been serving kids and families, Head Start programs, early education programs, all of those efforts should continue. But with respect to gun violence, we are landing ourselves in the intervention space by creating the SWITCH model for gun violence reduction and intervention. This is Community Violence Intervention Program. We have the SWITCH model and its adaptation, SWITCH Youth, because these models will yield results with the highest risk individuals in the shortest amount of time. This is not a quick fix. It is not an overnight solution. But when you deliver services to those who are currently actively engaged in gun violence, when you look at the research, I know, Dr. Warren, you're a fan of Thomas Abt. There are many researchers and organizations across the country who will tell you, you have to work with those who are directly engaging in the violence to make an impact with them and in a short period of time. The last thing I'll say about that before passing off, so you can actually hear about the work that's happening on the ground, is that transformation may actually be the most important category on this slide. This is about reducing poverty, raising the quality of education in our community, and those efforts should also continue. We will support all of those efforts, but we would love for this committee to understand that we have placed ourselves primarily in intervention because we believe that that's a space that we've been successful in the past, and that we can assist other organizations in achieving this goal in a shorter amount of time if we focus our effort and resources there.
All right, currently we have 72 team members hired to support Memphis Allies and provide services. There are currently 4 teams currently working in the Raleigh, Fraser, and Orange Mound community. We have 2 locations where young adult participants and some youth receive some programming. And when I say participants, we have 48 youth, this ages 12 to 17, and about 48 young adults ages 18 to 30. We also have identified at least 58 additional potential participants in our program. We also have plans to spread out to 5 additional sites over the next 2 years in different communities such as Whitehaven, Hickory Hill, Binghamton, North Memphis, and South Memphis. So Memphis Allies is who we are, but the name of the model is SWITCH, and SWITCH is what we do. And so SWITCH stands for Support with Intention to Create Hope. It's also a dual meaning. When it comes to gun violence, they're putting switches right now on guns, a very illegal device, to transform them from a regular Glock pistol to an automatic weapon. And since they are transforming guns, we're using SWITCH to try to transform lives. So how SWITCH and SWITCH Youth work? First of all, we break it up into 3 different buckets: identify, connect, and serve. First and foremost, to have the right impact, we have to identify the right people. And so our target population is youth and young adults at highest risk of gun violence, ages 12 to 30. And so when I say highest risk, there's different criteria could lead, such as someone who is actively involved in a gang, clique, or crew, and not just your traditional gangs, but the hybrid and neighborhood gangs as well. Someone who has been shot or shot at within the last 12 to 18 months, or has had a family member or a friend actually shot within the last 12 to 18 months. One thing we learned on our learning journey is that for every 1 shooting, it usually leads to 4 more shootings. So identifying guys who have been shot or shot at, or has a family member or a friend who's actually been shot, kind of helps us intervene to lessen the retaliation rate. And so we also are looking for someone who has accumulated some criminal justice history, specifically gun charges, and those who are on some type of supervision, being that parole or probation. So those are the things we look for when we think about high risk, the highest risk population. After we have identified these guys, we then connect them to our team consisting of outreach specialists, life coaches, case managers, and clinical specialists. And so our outreach specialists are one of the most important pieces of the team because they are targeted with identifying these high-risk individuals. And what makes them so great at identifying the high-risk individuals is because they were once high-risk individuals. So our outreach specialists are your former gang-affiliated, formerly incarcerated, guys from these communities that we're serving in. And so who better to identify guys who need some service than guys who have, made that transition already and, wants to pour back into their community. So after our outreach specialists have identified them, they pass them off to one of our life coaches. And our life coaches also share their similarly lived experience and are from these same neighborhoods too. They may be just a little more polished than our outreach specialists, but they're charged with having daily contact with these individuals that we're serving and also building a life plan with these individuals. And so they meet at least weekly. Like I said, they have daily contact, but they meet weekly to build out this life plan and talk about advances toward goals that they set for themselves and barriers that's getting in the way of those goals and what we can do to move those barriers out the way. We also have a case manager on the team that is the support for the entire family dynamic, not just that high-risk individual, but if they're living with their mom, if they have a baby mom, if they have siblings or kids that they're responsible for, our case manager kind of assesses for additional resources that can be used for that entire family dynamic. And last but certainly not least, we have our counselor on deck who addresses the trauma and goes over a lot of clinical stuff that's often overlooked in the communities that, gun violence is the highest. So after we've connected them with that team, we serve them. It's long-term engagement, about 9 to 18 months with individual and group sessions, family engagement, employment training, educational support, and just assisting with basic resources and needs. And we call them life coaches for a reason because as you can see, that 9 to 18 months doesn't work for everyone. So when we're in their lives, we've signed up to be a life coach and not just an 18-month coach. And I will pass it off to Ms. Leslie to talk more in detail about the Switch Youth.
Thank you. So I oversee the Switch Youth program. We do serve the youth under the same components as the adult program, but our service delivery is different. So what I mean by that is we're serving our youth in the community. So we're going to their homes. We're going to meet with them at a safe community location or maybe potentially at their schools. These youth are served in the community typically because they are too high risk to be served in our sites. And what I mean by that is they may run into someone they have issues with out in the community. So we don't want to bring that to our sites per se. So we want to keep them out in the community and still render the services that are needed. Another thing that is different for the youth program, we do not provide group sessions. That goes into bringing them into the site. So we're not bringing them physically into one of our sites that we have. Most of our services are rendered out in the community. They still have the life coaches, the counselors, and the case managers, and we lean on our outreach team for our adult model to really get what's going on throughout the city of Memphis from them. And our focus, we're really focusing on making sure we address that trauma and toxic stress, of course, that the counselors are responsible for addressing, but as well as our life coaches doing life with them and making sure they're getting on the correct path, whether that be making sure they're enrolled in school and maintaining attendance or connecting them to more positive activities to fill their time in. Memphis has a lot of great resources for kids. They're just not being utilized. So really using these resources to connect our kids to replace those negative behaviors they've participated in previously. And our services are intense. We have a lot of contacts with these youth. We're talking to them 5 to 7 times a week. So there is someone, either our staff that are on call or either the staff that are assigned to the cases that are going out and meeting with them or contacting them just to check in. And just to give, I guess, a brief story to kind of shore up the intensity, we've been working with a 16-year-old youth that came to us with an attempted murder charge. He's only been in services for about 30 days, but with the amount of intensity that we've served this youth, I can see his engagement like soar. He was out in the community doing community service a couple weeks ago, and we were having our own event, Memphis Allies event, and he noticed his life coach truck, and he ran over to our event and wanted to meet the whole team and just really thank everybody for everything. And he's really engaged, and we've seen kind of a shift in him in just a 30-day span. So I just wanted to kind of shore up like the why behind we're as intense as we are, because we've seen already what it can do with for someone that's only been in services for a short period of time. And I'm going to pass it off to my executive director.
Just want to reintroduce Mr. Renardo Baker. He'll be wrapping up our presentation with a focus on what does it mean to be a partner with Memphis Allies.
Well, the beautiful part about being a partner with Memphis Allies is the resources. I've been doing this for 15 years by myself. And to be able to have the resources to put together a team that can help me. My team, we done cried together. We done tried to help families together to only be shortened with resources. So when this opportunity came along, it was like a blessing that was sent from heaven. And so from there, I've put my team together, and now we're able to serve the guys that's been involved in gun violence. I was share one recently, a young man named J-Mo. I ended up having to take him to Regional 1 to pick up his medicine because his mother couldn't take him. And then take him back again to remove a bullet out of his back. And so it put me in those places where I'm able to be there 24/7 for them. Versus at first, I'm trying to run a lawn service. I'm trying to be there for them. I'm trying to help the family. And I was stretched, even to 1 year, 2017, where I lost 5 young men in 1 year, which I went into depression, where I didn't want to do this anymore. But God had other plans. And he sent me back because he said to me, now you know what it feels like to lose multiple people in 1 year. Not anybody can share those stories with those young people that had lost multiple people in 1 year. And that's a deep level of trauma that we really can't even explain right now today. But with the resources and the counseling that Memphis Allies have, I believe it will be able to help our young people.
Thank you, Renardo. And just ending on that partnership note, I want to give a special thank you to Mayor Strickland and his team. We have partnered with them on a collaborative grant request for the Violent Crime Intervention Fund that Governor Lee set up to be the primary service provider for the highest risk youth. So you heard Leslie briefly explain some of what those services will look like, and Carl explained what the site-based services look like. We're honored to be a part of that. That initiative will flow through MPD and Shelby County Sheriff's Department because, as I said at the beginning, it really is going to take all of us. So that means coming together with grassroots efforts, coming together with stakeholders, coming before people like you. I know you each represent a part of this city, and I know how important it is to each of you that we find a solution that can work for everyone. So it's not just going to be one person, it's going to be all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and for the work that you do. We're so appreciative of everyone in this space because of, you know, what it's going to take to do the heavy lifting. I had a question. I do know that before we get started, we have a lot of colleagues in the queue. How do you, and it may not, I'm going to ask you because you're here. I know that there are many organizations, grassroots organizations that are in the community doing the work, and you partner with them. How do you approach it to where the funding that you receive does not go to just administrative outlets, but actually gets on the ground to build capacity in these groups? Because without them, you wouldn't be able to do what you're doing because you don't know what to do without them. And I know I've known about youth villages for a number of years in the mental health space. And to learn a couple of years ago that you all had gotten into intervention and all that, and I'm glad to know the why and behind it. But I definitely want to know, how are we protecting the grassroots organizations and amping them up so that they can do the the initial work, I'm not gonna say real work, the initial work that's on the ground, and continue to build them up and to utilize those, because the work looks different, as you know, in different communities, different parts of the city. That work looks somewhat different. So can you speak to that, on how you protect and make certain that those grassroots don't get sucked up by, the rules and the regs and the admin and that kind of thing?
Yeah, that's a really important question. I'm going to start by saying that this is significant funding that we're passing to other organizations. So just in a year's time span, we will have already distributed about $1.5 million in funding to just a handful of organizations. And so it is significant funding to help those organizations scale up. What is new for us is partnering on this level, right? And making sure that an organization, we do try to handle some of the administrative pieces of this initiative ourselves, but I think what's most important is that significant funding get to these organizations so that they can scale up. Like what you heard Renardo say, is that he didn't have the resources to build a team where he could actually pay people to do it. He's been doing this work basically for free for years. And so I think both probably Carl and Renardo could speak to that a little bit more. I know Carl feels like the credibility of these organizations is the only way we're going to get this done.
Yeah. And I would like to hear from both of you.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing we make sure when we find our community partners is that the credibility is there. And not only is the credibility there, but that we do have the vision for them to scale up whatever services that they are applying, not just switch services, because a lot of allied organizations that's not mentioned on here, we support in other ways, not to carry the model, but just so they can scale up and continue to do the grassroots efforts that they're doing in their own capacity.
So you do have, before you speak, you do have organizations that are not listed okay, and I would like to see those as well.
Yes, and I was also going to point out that we are just getting started. And even though we've been on this journey for 2 years, we have many, many more partners that we're not only in conversations with, but also youth-serving organizations who can keep doing exactly, as Carl said, exactly what they've been doing, as opposed to having to come in and do the model that we're developing to create more opportunities for those types of partnerships. And those are not contracted partnerships yet, but they will be. And so we're working right now on determining what levels of partnership we can offer to people, because we don't want to refer our highest risk youth to other organizations who are also struggling for the resources to serve those youth and not compensate them for the work that they are doing. So that is part of our plan. Yes.
I could say in the beauty of it all is that, like with my organization, our focus is to take young people, young adults from being emotionally disturbed to emotionally intelligent. So when I seen the model and I seen what Memphis Allies was offering, I seen how we could work together and gel together, which is not they overbearing me or I'm overbearing them, but we can work together side by side, which, like, I got a house that's called a safe house. And so in this safe house is built to provide counseling, to do small groups in the cracks and bolts of the communities. Mm-hmm. So when I looked at their model and looked at what I had to present, it was like, okay, this can be something that can come together where we're targeting different streets in our communities and healing one location at a time, which now I got a team that I can do that with and able to bring on other people that has the same vision to come against gun violence. So that was the beauty of it.
Okay, awesome. Great. That's what I was looking for. Now we're going to go to the queue. Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you guys for the presentation. You know, I think you guys are all aware that we've got our group violence intervention plan from the city that's moving. And this is sort of a tandem process that's going side by side with that. And I'm just wondering, how have you guys been able to integrate more with them? What's the back and forth that's occurring now that wasn't occurring 6 or 8 months ago? And where do you think we should go, or how can we improve that as we move forward? Because obviously we've got a number of different groups out there that have been doing the work. Now we're enabling them to become part of the program. And, you know, as you said, this is a switch model. There's a Thomas app model. But if you look at that, all of these things are doing pretty much the same thing. And whether you call it one or the other, we're intervening. We're trying to stop people from killing each other and trying to just stop the gun violence. And there are different small variations. But so how is this integrating with what we're doing with the city? What can the city do to help you guys more? And what can you do to help us?
Quickly, I'll say the good news is we are all philosophically aligned. And so we're not, from my point of view, in competition with anyone because there's plenty of people to be served. I think that we could benefit as a community from greater coordination. I don't have a succinct answer for you on that today. What I will say is that I think that GVIP, while separate from what we're doing, can be a good partner. And I also believe that the city is already trying to partner very deeply with our organization, especially around highest risk youth, through that Violent Crime Intervention Fund.
So it's my understanding that part of the issue that you guys had initially with the partnership was that the city wanted you to primarily do youth. And it's really hard to do only to pick an age when you're doing neighborhoods. And I think that may be the coordination issue that you've got, is that you guys didn't just do youth. You're doing not just youth, but it's got to do with the neighborhood you're in. Is that correct?
So I would characterize it as at least 50% of the individuals we're touching right now through this initiative are youth. And yes, you are going to encounter, I mean, there's nothing magic at the age of 18 that suddenly changes somebody's brain chemistry or no longer makes them relevant. And mostly there's a strong connection to the young adults because oftentimes the young adults are committing these crimes with young people. So yes, we may get a referral on a young person and then find out there were 3 other adults in the car with that individual. And so we also know that research says there is a significant problem specifically with respect to homicides with adults. So we've said from the beginning, we want to be able to serve any of those age groups, but we also understand that sometimes it is helpful to divide up the work into pieces and into territories. And that piece has not been fully coordinated yet. But I feel like, again, we are just getting started with our initiative, and focusing on youth with the city is a good place to start.
So as we do this, you know, I think one of the things that we as the council want to see is we want to see this work, and we want to see it work all over the whole city. And we want what we've done as a city council and the police department to be able to work with you guys. Yeah, I'm just wondering, how often are you meeting together with the GVIP program, and how much are you coordinating with your community outreach partners and with GVIP? Is there a meeting that occurs on a regular basis, or is that something that would be helpful?
There's not specifically a Memphis Allies GVIP coordination meeting, but I know that GVIP has its own partners that they meet with, and there's also, not sure if you're familiar with the Hope and Healing Collaborative, but this is something that Sandy Bromley from Shelby County government felt was important to prevent these silos. And that group meets once a month and brings together all of the organizations and entities that are working on violence intervention.
It seems to me like that's something that needs to be happening instead of once a month. That's almost something that should be happening, you know, 3 times a week, because these things are active problems. It's not like you once a month, by the time you get to the end of the month, you can count the bodies. You know, this is something that I'm wondering if there's a way we could figure out how we make this occur regularly throughout the week. You know, this is almost like a COVID task force issue where we need to have people meeting every day because it's an everyday problem if we're going to actually get the murder rate down. So we'll try to bring this up with, I mean, I don't know who we should bring it up with, but somehow this needs to be an everyday meeting problem where everyone's talking together every day.
And I will briefly say we have had some conversations with Dr. Taylor, with the health department, as well as with Le Bonheur and other participating organizations in that Hope and Healing Collaborative about having such a task force.
And while you've been sitting there, unknown to you, our police chief has walked in right behind you, and she's able to hear this too. That, you know, I think what we're hearing, Chief, is that it looks like in order for all of this to really work, we need every one of these smaller groups that are out there that are being organized through our GVIT program and through Memphis Allies to actually be talking together every day, because I think we may be having overlap that we could be collaborating on that we don't realize that's occurring. So, I mean, perhaps maybe you can talk with them and figure out how we can get more collaboration, because what we're doing is not necessarily changing the bar very rapidly on how many kids are killing each other and how many young adults are killing each other right now. So I think if we can do something to collaborate it or to make it more integrated, it would be very helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you as well. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for being here today. And thank you for the work that you do each and every day. And for your presentation, I want to recognize our colleague from across the street, Commissioner McWright. I have a couple of questions, and don't feel like you have to divulge any information if it would harm your program. But for the initial contact, is that through your outreach specialist? Is that people that just have contacts within neighborhoods, or is that after an event has taken place or an arrest has taken place and you are getting leads from MPD?
Before I let Carl talk about the outreach process, I'm also going to add that there are external ways that individuals are referred. So we have relationships with juvenile court and other providers, the DA's office, the public defender's office, who make direct referrals, but those outreach referrals that you're referring to, I'm gonna let Carl speak to that.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of both of those. Our outreach specialists are still living in these same neighborhoods that we're serving, so they know about the conflicts that's going on right now. We are deep diving into a big war that's going on in the Raleigh area between two groups that we are trying to get a few guys from the highest risk guys, those guys who have the influence in those two groups. So, but we also have a great relationship with MPD who can refer some guys as well. We have an incident review on Mondays that we go over. I sit in with the outreach team. We go over all the aggravated assaults that have occurred in our areas of influence over the past week. And we use that to have our outreach specialists kind of canvass the neighborhood, talk to people and things of that nature to try to get more referrals into the program.
Okay, my second question would be, after you get a youth into the switch program and that trust has been created between the two, have you had any success with them saying, look, yes, I was at a bad spot, and them telling you either one, about gang members that recruited them into that activity, or not only am I was in a bad spot, but Joe down the street, you might want to make contact with him because he's also in danger of going down. I was already going down the path, but could go further down the path.
Absolutely. I can actually talk about one that's happening right now. We have a young man who was definitely on the wrong track, 18 years old, had an ankle monitor on the whole 9 yards. And so we've been serving him for about 7 months now. And he came into the office last week and told us about one of his friends he's trying to get into the program. And little did he know, I've been following his friend on Facebook the last 7 months since I've been following him. So I said his Facebook name, and he was like, oh man, you the police. I said, no, I'm not the police. I'm just looking into what you into so I'll know who else I need to be targeting. And so that young man is actually on his way to the office right now to get into the program as well. And so that's one thing that we didn't mention earlier, is that we're following these guys on social media. We're seeing them upload these pictures of these guns and these threats and things of that nature. And so we target their peer group based off their post as well.
Great. Well, thank you again for all your work. I do agree with Councilman Warren. I do think that a task force would be beneficial if we started stringing these groups together and there were weekly meetings where information could be shared amongst the groups that are involved in this and truly fighting this fight on a daily basis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you as well. Councilman Morgan, then Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So y'all said y'all have got 72 team members right now, 2 locations that consist of 4 teams, and y'all expanding to 5 additional sites. So how many are y'all looking to hire in the next kind of year or two as you expand to those 5 sites?
By the time we grow this initiative to the intended size, there will be just over 400 staff needed.
And y'all think you'd be able to get to that size in what period of time?
Over the next 2.5 years is the goal, yes.
That's terrific. And I think this is the difficult conversation on our end. And I hear we're talking about collaboration and getting together with GVIP a little more. Is that, I don't want y'all to be stuck in meetings all day. I want y'all to be out and doing your work in the community. And the difficult conversation for us is, we've had the GVIP program, I think, was perfect intention. We were starting at about the same time that y'all were doing this, and we've never had a presentation like this from GVIP in terms of the work they're doing, the scale, the on the ground presentation of what it takes and to engage and to meet with these people. And so again, every intention has been good, and every dollar we put behind GVIP has been, I think, well appropriated. And I hear what you're saying, that there's enough need out there, that there are plenty, that, we can be plenty of people in this space. But I'm not interested in the city of Memphis government having to take ownership of a program that's, that we can put our name on. I just want the problem to be done, to be solved to the best of our ability. And would we be better off in supporting Memphis allies versus having our own program? I don't know. I think that's part of the conversation to discuss. Are y'all a better steward of the resources y'all have than we are the ones that we've been putting out there?
No, I definitely do not think it is an either or. And I will say nationally, as we went around and looked at what other communities are doing, their city leadership leads these efforts. Now, I will also say, and I'm not sure how much of it is local funding versus federal funding that these communities get, but in DC, for example, which is similar in size to Memphis with population, they have over $60 million dedicated to violence intervention annually. And a lot of that funding goes to community organizations who are doing the service provision. So I would say we're looking very, this is apples and oranges right now with respect to where GVIP is and their size of their budget. Obviously, I don't work for GVIP, but I want to be very clear that, philosophically, we are so aligned that I think it really is just a matter of getting coordinated. It's not that one is better than the other. And I will also say, I actually just heard Jimmy Johnson's most recent presentation on the things that they have been doing and, was impressed. And I think they've probably been on a similar timeline in that anytime you start something like this and you're relatively new at it, it's going to take time to get the word out about what you're doing. And I'm really excited to support all the work.
Okay, I'm glad to hear it's not an either or. I just hope we can pick up the pace as quickly as y'all are attempting to over the next couple of years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I want to put a pin before we go to Councilwoman. Traditionally, in communities, the community groups, the churches, the grassroots, the people in the community did a lot of intervention and were there for support in this thing. And now it's kind of rolled up to government. But you all are in the community. And I know we've talked about the conversation of community policing and all of that. And it may be an opportunity to look at, like you mentioned, they had $60 million. Well, it may be time to look at, is that the best model to roll up to government in terms of community policing? It may be time to invest in models and organizations who are actually in the community every day, such as groups like Memphis Allies or 901 Block, or those that are actually on the ground. And there are a number of them who are, it may be a better intervention or prevention, because they're there every day, they're building relationships, they are doing the groundwork, and they're called to do this as opposed to having to do it and police. So the relationships are being built here. So colleagues, that might be something that we need to look at. Is it the best model to expect the police department to do community policing and then move that money to organizations like this who are in the community every day? It's just a different concept because we're not able to do community policing like we want to, like we have done it in the past, and that might not be the best model. So I think this is a great opportunity to have this presentation and other presentations, because you all are there every day, all day, doing this work along with the other groups and collabing with the other groups, pulling them under an umbrella or collaborating with them, allowing them to do what they do, it's not a cookie cutter model, but working with them is something we need to think about as we look at this budget season. Next, we have Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. I appreciate your presentation this morning, and I'm really impressed. But at the beginning of your presentation, you talked about evidence-based programs. So what are your evidence-based evaluations? What does that look like? And how can we share that across the other organizations so that we can track this information and we're all better able to serve and know what's going on? We get a lot of information. The council, when people ask us a lot of times about money and efforts and what we need to be doing in the community, but nobody, I'm just being honest, comes back and says, this is how it happened. We had 100 people, this was their situation, and these are the ones that improved, that we had to put them back in the program, but we had no way to evaluate whether the program was successful or not. If you say one person that should be successful, but we're trying to get a larger body of people. So talk to me about evidence-based programming and how you evaluate it and how we can share that across all programs.
That's also not a 10-minute presentation.
I understand, but and it may be that you need to come back and do that, because that's important. We have a summer youth program. We have no idea if we're having an impact on those kids' lives other than they go somewhere and work and get a check. We need to know, what are we trying to get other than that? What are the experiences? How have they changed from the beginning to the end of the program? So we really need your input because you seem to have this well organized. Can you just kind of give me a broad overview and come back and talk about what we can do as a council to help other organizations evaluate those programs? And that's what we need when they come and ask us for money or repeat, is how we should look at evaluating programs.
Well, several things. First of all, it takes a long time to create an evidence-based model. When we first started with our current 2 evidence-based models, they weren't evidence-based. They were based on practices that we knew were proven, but when you're creating your own unique model, it does take a lot of testing and outcome evaluation. And we have a data science team with over 30 people as part of that team on an ongoing basis who evaluates our models. Now, implementation science is a whole nother aspect of that, is making sure that things are implemented with fidelity. And so right now with Memphis Allies, using this as an example, we have a new model that we're just now getting baseline on so that we can begin to test that and really try to understand, what does good model fidelity look like? This is where our support of other organizations, I think, comes into play, because a lot of other organizations haven't been able to adopt evidence-based practices because oftentimes there's a monetary factor with adopting an EBP. And I also want to add that there's Slingshot Memphis, for example, that works with small nonprofits locally to try to help them gather data and build program infrastructure so that they can build their base of evidence and outcome evaluation. So while I do think we can have a role in showing people what we know about building evidence-based practices, we're not also the only organization that can do that. And so I think that's what we need to focus on, is making sure that these smaller efforts are getting the resources that they need and support to build those evidence-based practices or to utilize one.
Okay, but I think that's really important because the city needs to know that here are our goals, and you said that here, and you did an excellent job, but this is how we evaluate it, and then we know what we need to do moving forward. I want to make one other comment. I know you have people to help you when you need to get other support for people. I don't know if you are familiar with Families Matter that works with men. Make sure you connect with them, and they have a new program. They've gotten lots of federal funding around Affirm, so you are already connected. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And so if you all could come back and bring that information, as well as what the makeup or the breakdown of funding looks like in terms of your organization, from how much goes to direct or that type of thing, what percentage rather goes to direct services as opposed to administration, and what that would look like if you scaled up, and what is your method for bringing other organizations, the grassroots organization, that building those collaborations and partnerships, and if this was the space for that, that was to replace community policing, what would that look like, and what impact do you think that would have?
May I make one more comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Not just because our law enforcement colleagues are in the room, but I would actually say I don't think that's an either or either. We really depend on law enforcement to have separate but connected relationship. I think they're a really important part of what we're doing to kind of build trust in the community. It's all about relationships. And, I'd like to see a strategy for our city where it's not either or for any of these good ideas.
Well, let's then talk about the funding, because there's only limited resources, and we want to make sure we're using the resources in the best way, in the best manner. Not necessarily, that was just a recommend. Let's look at that and what that looks like. So if you feel that it doesn't have to be either or, what does that look like as well? Because we are just here looking at it from, what the need is and what the constituents need and what our city needs. So let's talk about that at our next meeting as well. All right. Anybody else? Any other colleagues want to talk about this? Thank you so much for your presentation. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is a discussion on MPD sidearms RFQ requested by Councilman, pardon me?
Yep, that's me.
Councilman Colvett.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
And give us your name and address. And then Councilman Colvett, you are recognized.
Thank you. I have the ball.
CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Okay, Chief, let's continue our good conversation from last week about the RFQ and walk us through what you've learned since last week.
So since last week, we know that there isn't a decision made as of this point, and that I think the inquiry regarding sampling and testing, after talking to our procurement office, they assured us that even though a decision hasn't been made, that any vendor that is in this process will be asked to provide a sampling of weapons and given the department an opportunity to test those weapons as well. But they will actually make that ask in the process.
Okay, so we've done the RFQ. Just make sure I'm up to speed on the timing here. We've done the RFQ. We have multiple bids in, correct?
Yes.
More than one?
Yes.
All right. We have not performed
Excuse me, sir.
No problem.
He was just trying to make sure that I have
we're
the
all
information.
parents, so doing two things at once, no problem. So we've done the RFQ. We'll talk about looking at the bids in a moment, but we have not performed any testing on any weapons. MPD has not performed any testing on any weapons.
I'm certain that there was a test done on a weapon, but that was from last year, the original bid process.
There was a test on a weapon. Was it the current weapon or was it a new proposed weapon?
I believe it was the current weapon.
Okay, so we tested our current SIG 40s, see what we thought.
That one was submitted unbeknownst to me in this package. However, after talking to our procurement office, they want to evaluate this current process more to ensure that we have, and they don't want us to do the asking. They want to be the ones that actually ask the vendors to provide samples of weapons so that we don't just have this current weapon tested, that we have tested weapons from all of our vendors.
Okay, so what we're saying is we have the RFQ, we have the responses. Procurement, and I would assume that means that's kind of code for legal. Legal is going to then request samples of the weapons from these different vendors.
I'm not sure if they are currently evaluating the process.
So we don't even know the process yet. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like we're completely rethinking this. Okay, get it.
Which is okay.
Perfectly fine. Okay, so then the follow-on questions is, who in procurement is handling this for us?
Ms. Brooks, is it Frances Brooks? Ms. Brooks,
okay.
the young lady that spoke at this last meeting.
Okay, cool.
And also Christy Hardy, the purchasing agent.
Christy, what's Christy's last name?
Hardy.
Okay. All right, so do we intend, as part of this, to insist that MPD actually does the testing when we get to that point?
Yes.
And it will be our usual testing officers that do that kind of thing?
Well, what we want to do is make sure that we have a sampling of several officers in the department, an average shooter, a mid-average shooter, and an expert shooter to be part of this process.
And there's always somebody in charge of this committee. Who's going to be in charge of that?
Our range staff and supervisors will be in charge of the process to ensure that it's done correctly.
Okay, cool. So basically, and I'll round out. So we're rethinking the RFQ process. We're going through procurement. We don't know quite yet exactly how this is going to play out because procurement needs to handle this, I guess, from a legal point. Do we have any idea of a time frame at this point of these steps?
I do not, sir. I'm really depending on them.
Their expertise, okay.
And their expertise, but we're hoping sooner than later, since this is, sort of been ongoing over a couple of months now.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that we'll be testing within no more than 3 months, no more than 6 months, no more than a year?
I don't think it's going to be more than 3 months. I think
okay, so 90 days. That's cool.
They're paying close attention and really, working hard to bring conclusion.
Okay. Last question at this point. Can we, or depending on how you want to do this, and if the colleagues are acceptable with this, unless another colleague also wishes to join, I would like to see the quotes as we have received them. I'd like to read it as much because I'm curious as to who has responded to this. I still don't even know what we're talking about. Why am I not surprised? Well, another opinion, ma'am. What's on your mind?
Good morning. Jennifer Sink, Chief Legal Officer, 125 North Main. Well, Councilman, I definitely understand your interest, but under our process, that it's not, people are not permitted to review the bids who are not directly involved in the review process until the conclusion of the process. And that has been set up pursuant to our policies, procedures, state law. There's a number of legal reasons for that. So we cannot share the the bid results with you at this time.
Okay, but Counselor, it was a public bid opening, wasn't it not?
But
I mean, just give me the legalese on that for everybody.
Say who's bidding, right?
No, the bid process is considered, it is contained until it is concluded. And so it's not permissible for people to review bids or have the information. I will double check with the purchasing agent about just who bidded, but it's not permissible to review the bids while the process is still ongoing.
Okay, so you can't even tell us who bid at this juncture?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
When do you think you can come back and tell us that?
When the bid process is concluded.
Okay, and so that's less than 90 days, we think.
I really don't know the time frame. I would think that it would be less than 90 days, but I do not know.
Okay. So in essence, colleagues, I feel like we're okay. Good part, I think, is we're back to kind of square one, rethinking this. But the good news is I feel like there is something of a path going forward as to how we're going to approach this. Thank you very much. I'm done.
All right, Dr. Moore.
I just had a quick question. It's on bids in general. Normally in a bid process, you can't say what people bid, but you can let us know if we have minority bidders, if we have local bidders, if we have bidders from other places. Or is that something that we can't know in advance? Because I think, if we're trying to get our minority contracts up and things like that, or local contracts up, we should be able to know who's bidding. Or is that not part of the thing we can know about until at the end? And at the end, you tell us we had that.
Well, so the purchasing agent is charged with making sure, reviewing the bids, and we have different types of bids that can go out. This one, for example, is for a quote. You can have them for a proposal. There's a variety, and the purchasing agent is charged with reviewing the purchase request, making sure that it's following the correct rules, that the proper bid process is being followed, making sure that there's been a review through OBDC's office for MWBE goals, participation. Then they're also involved in the process of scoring, and then reviewing the end result. So there's a lot of steps that are involved in this entire process to ensure that all the elements are there. All of the things that we strive to achieve, like having MWB equal, all those things, the elements. So that's what the purchasing office does. I mean, that's what they're really tasked with.
So that would be their report to us. Is they can't tell us who's bidding or what, but they can tell us we had 10% local bidders, 40%, regional bidders, 60% national bidders. They can tell us that while the process is going on, or we have to wait till the end, and then they'll give us that report.
I would need to talk to the purchasing agent about that, because I've never really looked at that particular question before.
Yeah, because I think that's the gist. Is I think people are trying to figure out, where are the bids coming from? Is there anybody local or that we should be looking at or we're missing out on? How do we know they're in there? So I think that's the question. So if you could let us know what is appropriate to let us know, that's what we need.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Councilman Smiley.
Thank you. I have, question that's not related to Attorney Sink. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read the Code of Ethics for city officials, Section 2-10-7. It says, use of city time and facilities. An officer or an employee may not use or authorize the use of the time, facilities, or equipment or supplies of the city for private gain or advantage for himself. I guess my specific question is, are we allowed to authorize a candidate for office to use particular city-owned property to campaign? I don't know any way to do it. So there's a person running for office using a police precinct to campaign. Council members are concerned, and I'm just speaking peace. Mm-hmm. And I want direct feedback from the city's administration, from the attorney, to figure out if this is a prohibited use under this under our code of ethics, what we need to do to prevent this from going forward. Because if I need to bring an ordinance to address this specifically, I think the council will be full in support of the ordinance.
So I would, without specifically addressing the scenario you raised, because I'm not familiar with that and would want some more information. I would say that as a general rule and under our ordinances, the city does not permit employees from or city resources to be used for the purpose of campaigning. Political activity is how it's defined.
May 4th is the date of the particular.
Okay. So I'll be happy to look into that. I would say there's one exception I want to just clarify is that we do allow our parks, we allow someone to reserve space in a park to hold a political event, but it has to be a non-fundraising event. But if a candidate wants to reserve a park to have a forum, a town hall, what be it, we do allow that to happen. But to use city property to campaign during working hours is not.
We're on the same page. What about the use of a building? Like if I was to walk into, let's say, the Hall of Mayors and say, you know what, this is a great time to announce my candidacy for mayor. And I walked into the Hall of Mayors, could I do that?
I don't know if we've ever allowed a candidate to reserve the Hall of Mayors to do a press conference.
Okay, what if I wanted to use the police headquarters?
Right. I would think that would not be permissible.
Okay. And if I was careful enough to not to say I'm running for office, but it's apparent and everyone knows in the community that I'm seeking re-election, so to speak, and I say, let's have a community conversations event at the Memphis Police Airways precinct. And if you want to give me some money, feel free to give me some money. Would that be permissible? On May 4th at 11 to 1 p.m., hypothetically speaking.
I mean, I think, Councilman, I would really want to have some more facts to address the question because I'm not clear if you're talking about someone who already is an elected official and who is trying to hold a legitimate community event versus someone who's not currently elected official. So there's a lot of questions I would have.
I mean, if you want more facts, I can do it now or I can do it off the record.
Well, I prefer to have an off-the-record conversation so I can try to address your question. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's all. All right. Any other colleagues want to be recognized on this matter or the previous? Okay. Thank you all for your presentation. If there's no other business before this committee, we are adjourned.
Good afternoon. Well, good morning still. The hour is 11:37. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Standing in for Chairman Chase Carlisle, we have 5 items that are on the agenda. The first being a resolution. I'm sorry, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
Councilman Canale, Councilwoman Johnson, Chair Jones.
Here. Hiding back
Councilwoman
there.
Robinson.
So 5 items on the agenda. The first is a resolution approving the Downtown Memphis Commission's fiscal 24 operating budget. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Good morning. Yes, still good morning. Good morning.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Okay, has it moved? Is there a second? Okay, has been moved and seconded. Mr. Young, the floor is yours, sir.
All right. Good morning, Paul Young, President of Downtown Memphis Commission. Excited to be with you all today to present our 2024 operating budget, FY24. I always like to start these presentations with the end goal in mind. So today what we are requesting is that you all would approve the 65 cents per $100 of assessed value for commercial properties. It's what we call the Central Business Improvement District Assessment, CBID assessment. It's the same, it's flat from where we've been each year. I think it's been that way for quite a while, 30 plus years. And so we are asking that you approve that. And I'm going to run through this presentation and talk about some of the things we have going on and then open it up for any questions that you have. So just a quick overview of the work that we do at Downtown Memphis Commission. We are a business improvement district, and so we work to keep downtown safer, cleaner, more welcoming. We work to add vibrancy in downtown. We engage the residents and the workers. We work to reduce blight and increase property values. We do a lot of work around marketing and promotion of different events and activities that are happening in downtown. We like to use as our mantra that we're creating a downtown for everyone, and we feel like downtown serves as the living room for our whole region. This is an org chart, and you can go through this when you get a chance. I'll skip through that and talk about some of our metrics that we look to. It's more people and higher property values. That's how we determine if we're being successful. Right now, we have about 26,000 residents in downtown Memphis, about 72,000 for our daytime population. And if you look at our appraised property value per acre, it's much higher than the rest of the city and county, primarily due to the density that we have in downtown. So it's a very, very important economic anchor for our community. Just some quick stats. We did a survey at the end of the year last year to determine how residents or how people were working in downtown. We had over 2,000 responses, which is statistically significant in terms of surveys. We found that about 44% of them are back in the office. We're continuing to work to try to push for that number to continue to go up. We want to get more people back in the office because obviously it adds to the vibrancy of downtown. One positive stat that we've seen recently is that we came in number 5 on the Downtown Vitality Index. This was a ranking that was done by business journals across the country. They looked at how downtown areas are rebounding after the pandemic. We believe that our strong residential population helped push us higher in this category. These are some of the things just directly going to the budget that we're spending money on. About 37% of our budget is going to go towards public safety, about 28% around clean and green, the rest around community building / development, as well as marketing and activation. And I want to be clear that this is the CBID budget. This is the budget for Downtown Memphis Commission, not the other organizations like Center City Revenue Finance Corporation, CCDC, Downtown Mobility Authority, and the Design Review Board. But safety, hospitality, I know it's top of mind for most. We are working to keep our Blue Suede Brigade team members high. I think we started the year around 24. Right now, I think we have about 29. We're working to keep a complement of around 32 on the Blue Suede Brigade. They cover the entire CBID. They are working 17 hours per day. We've recently added, over the past 2 months, we have overnight patrols on 3 nights a week. We purchased a vehicle where we have some of our team members that are roving the streets to try to be on the lookout for some of the car break-ins that we know have been on the rise, not just in downtown, but all throughout our city. And so they provide that safety and hospitality visibility in our downtown area. So we really appreciate our Blue Suede Brigade, and they also partner with MPD. Clean and Green, we have a team of, I think, roughly 3 individuals that are working on our staff to keep downtown clean. But we now have, even as recently as last week, we have a number of contracts that we're now using to get some more capacity to keep downtown cleaner. And so we do regular maintenance and cleaning of the Main Street Mall. We've created a new gated dog park around Shoppers, the garage on Front Street, Front and Adams. We've added, if you've walked down Main Street lately, you've seen the new Big Belly Solar Smart Trash Cans. This is a partnership with Solid Waste and Downtown Memphis Commission, where we have these new attractive solar-powered trash cans that have compressors in it so they can have more trash. It also allows us to put something cool on the street that shows innovation. We also have 70 self-watering planters that we've put out to keep downtown attractive. Marketing, over 200 free events in downtown happen each year. And so our team has been working to help support those efforts, and we added some initiatives where we're working with young people. We have youth camps that we're now doing, including the hip-hop architecture camp, which we did last year, and we're bringing back this year. About 30 young people were able to participate in this program where they showed the connection between building a song and building a community, and it was a really cool, vibrant activity. But we're doing things to ensure that we're touching that next generation as we build a downtown. This just shows you a map how many people are coming to participate in events and activities, and it essentially is just showing that every zip code in our region is represented. Community development, we do a lot of work in this space, some of which won't show up on this slide because it happens through CCDC, but we do a lot of work in this community development space, including Open on Main, which is a program where we allow entrepreneurs to have an opportunity to operate in a space in downtown Memphis. Pre-development assistance, we're obviously working to ensure that the developers are coming to us are having significant minority participation. So let's dive just straight into the budget. The budget increased by roughly $300,000 this year, and that $300,000 is that difference is being made up by the growth in property tax payments as well as transfers from the entities that work with us. So CCDC, CCRFC, and DMA, they pay a portion of the staff time to offset the work that goes towards their efforts. We are looking at a slight increase in wages for our employees because obviously the cost of living is continuing to go up. And then there are a number of other details that are included in the budget, including increasing rent. We now have the upper floors of our building that have been redeveloped. As we did that work, we transferred the structure, the building itself, to Center City Development Corporation, and DMC is now paying rent to be in the space. It is what allowed us to facilitate the redevelopment of that building. We thought it was really important for us to not have blight on the upper floors of the building that we occupy. And so we are now excited to see that come online in the next couple of months. I think we're about 2 months away now from getting that done. If there are other elements of the budget you want me to dig into, certainly happy to do it. But I'll stop there and just open it up for any questions that you have.
Thank you, President Young. My fault. For some reason, I don't know why we didn't have you all just on the budget schedule. We may get a deeper dive. I'll see if council members want to do it at another time outside of this. Do we have a resolution fixing the assessment? Have we got
that should be what the resolution is.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen I'm not super worried about it because we're not voting on it tonight. But anyway,
if it is not there, we will make sure that it gets there.
And keep in mind, it's an assessment, not a tax. Assessment. Thank you, President Young. Thanks for all the hard work. I'm going to try and keep it just based on our schedule, and if we may have you come back to dive deeper in case people have DMA.
Sorry, the last,
the millage rate, or the assessment rate rather. In case people want a deeper dive into the sister and or wholly, are they all sister boards? What's our vernacular? Yeah, sister boards, DMA, things like that. All right, for the DMC, as it relates to downtown, and obviously, full disclosure, obviously I'm a stakeholder down here, with others, but your organization over the years has done a lot of really great partnerships, like the main-to-main intermodal, fixing the sidewalks. We've got what used to be the Hope 6, and I don't know what it's called now. Choice Neighborhoods, Heritage Trail. All these things that have helped us fix infrastructure in and around downtown. And then any development that occurs, typically the city engineering along, in concert with development agreements, requires sidewalks, et cetera, to be brought up to ADA code, repaired, et cetera. The problem is that we have a lot of side streets that have issues with lighting and sidewalks. And while they don't necessarily fall within your direct responsibility, you're responsible for downtown. What can the council do to either monetarily incentivize you or help lean on your partners like MLGW and or Public Works? Because I guess where I'm driving more to sidewalks is a lot of these side streets are not going to they're not going to have any meaningful development, and so it's really hard to walk down Main Street and then want to make a right turn to go to Front Street, and you're on a crumbling, nasty sidewalk on a dark lit street. And if we want tourists and workforce and homeowners and renters to want to move and walk around downtown, like that has to be repaired at some point. My question to you, and I know we have a sidewalk problem throughout the city, but our tourists and our front door is downtown. So my question to you is what can be done to assist you in that endeavor?
So over the past 3 or 4 months, we've been having a lot of conversation about this with MRPP specifically, because as they get ready to open up Tom Lee Park, we want to make sure that the entrances to the park, so thinking about those streets like Butler, Vance, Beale Street, all of those corridors are the spaces that people are going to be walking down. We actually got quotes on how to improve the sidewalks. It added up to about $1 million. We also did an inventory of all of the street lights that are out, and we've provided that information to MLGW for replacement, understanding that MLGW is already going through this conversion process and a number of lights have already been updated. But I think in response to your direct question, it comes down to dollars. We are certainly ready and willing to facilitate the investment. We just need dollars. And if there is an opportunity to look at capital funds that could go towards improving the sidewalks and pedestrian realm in downtown, we certainly are ready and willing to partner and get that done.
So what I would like you to do for me, and to be fair to other parts of the city, is to put together some sort of 3-bucket priority, right? Like these are, to your point, like, you've got an entrance down to the bluff that goes down Vance, and the Oliver project will take care of a piece of that, right? Like the repaving, but then you've got all the way back out to BB King. Whatever you think your near-term pedestrian safety needs are, because what I don't want to do is say we're going to give $1 million to just the downtown neighborhood and not start to work on and churn away on other parts of the city.
Right.
But I've been downtown as a resident and or in the workforce for almost 18 years. I have walked by Pearl's restaurant hundreds, if not thousands of times. And that sidewalk has not changed and crumbling, and it's only getting worse. And you think about the amount of foot traffic when we have events to the Orpheum, they see that stuff. So at some point, we've got to start making some real tangible moves to beautify that piece of it, because it just sends a message. I've got Councilman Warren Jones in the queue, but I have one more question, and honestly, it may be a broader subject. I know you've been expanding Blue Trade Brigade. We're headed into the summer with Beale Street. We've got the Grizzlies renegotiation of their lease up in the Beale Street Entertainment District. So I'm going to put a pin in that today, just for the sake of time and the fact that you guys weren't prepared to come in and talk about it. But as we move through budget season and as the governor's appropriation comes in and as we get closer to this finish line, so to speak, I'd really like for the council to be briefed on what the overarching plan is not only for the state money, but what the overall plan for the Beale Street Improvement District is. Last time, I think there was a conversation with the police department about curfew, right, dealing with juveniles in and around Beale Street, especially on the weekends when it's already a population, like a density problem, so to speak. But, you know, again, what can we do as a council going into the summertime, we're already in that high volume time of year, but how we can help mitigate some of these issues. You know, is it contracting out just for a time period with a private security firm so that we can spread police out throughout downtown? Is it putting more police so the merchants on Beale Street have them in front of their restaurant? I don't know, but I know I want to have that conversation with you.
Yeah, we will be ready and prepared for that. Obviously, there's a lot of detail in that conversation that we can dive into.
I got it, and fair enough. I've got Councilman Warren and then Chairman Jones.
So just a question, do we need, was the resolution to approve this that I moved earlier going to take care of this 0.65 per 100 assessed values, or do you want us to do that at a different time, Mr. Chair?
What I'd like to do, since we don't meet for another 2 or 3 weeks, I'm okay to have a vote because we're just going to move it down for.
And I want to make sure that that's what people know we're voting on. That was my only comment. Thank you.
I'll read it. That's just to be fair. Resolution approving Downtown Memphis Commission's fiscal year 24 budget. Whereas Memphis City Council authorized the Downtown Memphis Commission to manage Central Business Improvement District in 1997 and to determine annually the costs and expenses necessary to be funded by special assessment. And whereas the Downtown Memphis Commission submitted their fiscal year 2024 budget in the amount of $5,132,567 for approval by the Memphis City Council. I'm going to skip over a couple provisions. Whereas the council affirms the assessment rate approved by the council in 97 of 65 cents per $100 of assessed value was used to determine the revenues listed below. Now therefore be it resolved. And then we go into what President Young presented is the resolution. Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Something that just dawned upon me with your remarks, Mr. Young, is the other organizations that fall under the umbrella do not present their budget to us. And it had dawned upon me in this whole time that that's been the case. Why is that the case, that it doesn't come before us, where those budgets are probably significantly more than this one, but they still fall under the umbrella of the DMC?
I'd have to ask the attorney about that. I don't know from a structural perspective. That's how it's always been. That those are approved by their respective boards, and that our DMC budget, which involves the CBID assessment, has to come before the City Council and County Commission. We do bring updates on those respective bodies, but the board approval for the budget has not been necessary. I would have to look at the bylaws to figure out why.
So I can generally, I'll fake my way through it. When the Center City Commission the CCC was founded by charter, our purview as a council is it's different than EDGE too, is solely to appoint in conjunction with the Shelby County government, the appointees to the DMC board, to which they are able to elect their own president, and therefore, because of the special assessment district, we are required to approve as the taxing authority or the assessment authority their budget. But every other sister agency they have is internal, and it's not even underneath, it's a related party, so to speak. Meaning, if the CCRFC has $1 million and the DMA needs to put $1 million into a garage, the CCRFC's board has to approve a loan to the DMA, and the DMA has to accept that loan, and then it has to appropriate that money. So it's its own quasi series of agencies, like little intergovernmental grouping deals. So they don't legally have to do it, but I'm sure if the chairman of the council would ask out of mutual cooperation.
Well, and I'm just saying this because what's been a sort of a pet peeve of mine in the 7.5 years that I've been on the council, there have been outside organizations, boards, commissions, where the council and or the commission has delegated their authority. But these are still organizations that at the end of the day, use taxpayer money, whether it's an assessment fee, taxes, whatever you want to call it. So mine is more so, with this being my last year going forward, still for more continued or greater oversight than what has been in the past. And so, my comments are more so for those that will be on the council after I'm gone, after 4 of us are no longer on this body, to make sure that there is oversight practically for everybody, because we've given up a lot of that authority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Jones. I'll get with President Young and his team and see if we can't have I don't want to call it a lightning round. We can spend as much time as the council wants to, but I guess what we could call kind of an annual review of what's up and for the public. I mean, the strategic priorities. I know some of how it flows, but to say this, to the point we talked about pilots a few weeks ago, these are the strategic priorities of the CCRFC. These are the strategic priorities of the DMA this year, the CCDC, which does a lot of the grants and loans for businesses. I think that actually might be helpful to use our platform to talk about some of that work. And honestly, the other thing is people forget that you guys aren't just downtown, that you extend all the way out to each park, to the parkways. So, and especially all that's going on in and around Liberty Park and all that good stuff. So,
for the pilot program specifically. Yeah.
Sure. But I think we'll get together and find some time to do that. I think that could be helpful. Any other council members? How long has the millage rate been at 65 cents?
77,
Yeah.
1977. So it's been the same.
I mean, not that we're sitting here just being like, let's raise taxes every other six months, but but like I said, I know a lot of your other organizations fund operations through like the pilot fees, et cetera, but specific to Blue Suede Brigade and some other opportunities. I got you. All right. With that being said, seeing no other members in the queue, all hearts and minds cleared. All those in favor of sending this, are you wanting to?
No, it's starting to sound like me.
I know, man. Team effort. All those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation for our next council meeting signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The chair is an aye. Except for Councilman Morgan with an abstention. Everybody else is an aye. Just want to make sure. All right. I was going to say unanimous, but you ruined it for me. This goes down with a favorable recommendation. All right, colleagues, since I was late going rapid fire, unless Jonesy did it, as is tradition here at the council, we have to begin the 3 readings for the mechanics of our budget season in order to have even the slightest opportunity.
Motion to approve items 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Hold on. I hear you. I typically would love to do that, but it's because it's a serious, we can't flow through like that. I don't want to get a letter from Jason Mumpower. Anyway, before we get into each one of them, do you want to? Yeah. So before we move any of these, I'm going to recognize Chief Ford to introduce.
Budget ordinance. We do have an opportunity. There is a choice that the ordinance may contain the property tax levy, or it can be levied in a separate ordinance, but as always, that would be an ordinance. My recommendation is we combine them all into one comprehensive ordinance that clearly delineates what we are exactly doing with our budget moving into the coming year. Also, the format that you have been accustomed to seeing is typically with the first reading, all of the budget numbers are zeros, right? Because you haven't approved the budget yet, which is fine. But before the third or by the end of the third reading, all of the numbers must be in. And for this year, it is a 3-column format, which has the actuals for the prior preceding year, full year estimates for the coming year, for you, just for you, Ms. Councilman Morgan. But it must contain the estimates or forecasts for the coming year and the budgetary estimates for the budget year that is being approved under ordinance. So what you will have at your next meeting is an ordinance that includes the budgetary items. It includes the CIP and the tax rate, and then I will bring forth a resolution for the production of the bills for the state assessed properties. So it'll be one ordinance, one resolution.
One ordinance, one resolution. We've got the 27th, the 17th, and then the 2nd. So we had time. Yeah, okay. When does notice have to be, should a notice of tax rate occur, we're required to place it in basically the commercial appeal, the Daily News, and the Memphis Daily News. When is the drop dead date for that this year?
That will be the concurrent with the first presentation of the budget ordinance.
So it has to be
at
done.
The next meeting.
So if the council chooses to raise the property taxes, it must occur at the next council meeting.
No.
Notice.
No.
Notice.
We put so what the notice is for the budget ordinance that we publish is our intent. It is not our final.
Okay.
So we publish the intent, and then once the ordinance is passed and the budget is approved, the revised ordinance with all of the amendments or whatever may happen during council is then published again.
Got it. Understood.
Yes.
When do you think you'll have that comprehensive ordinance drafted and ready?
Before next meeting. Yes.
Well, I know, but I mean, yeah, we would like it as early as possible.
Oh, of course. Yes.
So my question is when.
So by next Tuesday.
Perfect.
How's that?
All right.
A week from today.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah. Right. So we'll load all the proposed numbers as they have been presented to you, but just know that that can change.
Yeah,
doesn't mean it's permanent.
Totally, fair enough. It just, I think especially, I can already feel him get antsy. Just to review it from a legal standpoint, I think he wants to, and I'm curious because we haven't done it before. So I guess that moots today's items.
Yes.
2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yes.
Does anybody have any questions?
And if
No?
I can send you the
I'd love to
the
see
municipal budget ordinance information from the state of Tennessee, so you can have that as well.
And is there and actually, yeah, if you can send that digitally, I'd like to publish that, at least a link to it on the city's council's website. So in case there's somebody that comes down all the time and asks about city finance and justice for taxpayers.
Yes.
Councilman Warren.
So,
microphone, Doc. Yeah.
I'll make sure I understood correctly. Like, if in order to even have the option of changing the tax rate, we have to publish it today.
Yeah.
The ordinance budget just has to be published so that it's out to the public, so that the public knows that council is doing a 3 reading of a budget comprehensive for the city of Memphis. The final approval or 3rd reading of that will not occur to the end of June. Once the budget then is approved at that, it will be issued again, it will be printed again.
And what does that have to do with the option of raising a tax rate?
Because the tax rate, currently, the proposed ordinance will have the current tax rate because the mayor did not propose a tax rate. If through the budget process, this body raises the taxes, the final ordinance will have the amount of the taxes approved by this body, by you.
And there's nothing that says we have to have something in it now that says that can be different than
I
the
can leave it
mayor's?
zeros if you want me to, but
because I heard that, that's why I was confused.
Right, no, the zeros are related to the real budget numbers because those are not in there yet. We can put the proposed budget numbers in, but that is proposed. Then once this council votes and completes the budget process, the ordinance will be amended. Ms. Snipes holds that ordinance, until all of the numbers that have been approved by council for the coming year for budget, both for tax rates, CIP, and operating, will then be dropped into the final ordinance. And that final ordinance will get signed, certified, and published as the budget for the city.
Yep. And what I would suggest is it's sponsored by the administration. It is the mayor's budget currently. So however you choose to present it, we'll accept it. It'd be great to have as much information as possible. I know Morgan loves the forecast as part of that. All right.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Yes, sir. Chairman Jones.
I would ask that we have it presented with zeros, because I don't know what the spirit of the council was last year, but we felt that we were painted into a box based upon what that published rate was. And so I think until I think we should go through the budget process, develop what our priorities are, and then at that time, we say we settle upon what that tax rate is. But for us to say at 271, 270, whatever the case it is, I think it almost artificially says this is the only thing we have to work with, without taking into consideration what could be priorities of individual council members or the council as a whole. So that would just be my request, that we do that, as to feel like we're not painting into a box. We come up with what our priorities are, and then we develop what that tax rate is based upon that.
Chairman Jones, I'm indifferent. Are there any other council members that have an opinion or a thought? Chairman or Councilman Morgan?
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I think it's really almost about political will, and it's a psychological. Just to set it that way, because no one wants to say that that something's unfunded or to raise taxes, but essentially, no matter what we set it at, if the number is higher than 270, 271, then it is going to be ultimately called a tax increase, and we're going to have to face that reality, either at that moment or when we're amending the budget. So, again, I would also be indifferent as long as people realize the consequences of amendments to the budget are unfunded or unbalanced, that they are and should be looked at in terms of what I was talking about yesterday, the scales. Instead of a cut, you just got to realize you're going to have to bring in more revenue, and that's called a tax increase. And if you're okay with it, fine. Let's see what the body is. But I think it's just semantics. So I'm as indifferent as you are about it.
Well, then, if that's the case, I'll give different. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I understand what Chairman Jones is trying to do, but my concern is, one, you're actually publishing it to inform the citizens of what's going on. And I'm only concerned if you put zero out there, if they're going to think we made a major mistake. Mm-hmm. So we may need to give them a little direction by leaving the number in there as a result. I'm just concerned how the average citizen would view that. Thank you.
Well, I would think that like I said, I felt that it's painted us into a box, and we didn't think that we could do anything to affect what our priorities are in the past. And so that's the basis for doing that. To say that we'll always have to back ourselves unless we approve everything based upon what's been recommended. Now we can shift chairs if you would. It'll still be at that rate. And it's that 270, 271, whatever the case may be, it'll still be at that. And I think that if anything, we're setting a false expectation, because I can't look and say, that old saying that came out in the 70s, I guess, or 80s, are you better off today than you were 8 years ago? And so when we look at the condition of our city, how clean our city is, how dirty our city is, or lack thereof, for us to sit and say, well, we're going to get through with the same tax rate, I think that we are doing a disservice to our citizens and ourselves by saying that. So, I'm going with the will of the body. You know, it's no big deal. I just wanted to put it out there.
Somebody want to be a tiebreaker? Let's do this.
Because we're at the beginning of our budget process. We have not set what our priorities are, and we don't know what they're going to cost. So let's develop that cost, and then we say, here's how much it's going to cost us to do so.
So, all right. So let's do this. It is the administration's ordinance and resolution to sponsor, and they can bring it however they want. Now, that being said, they're clearly getting pretty specific feedback. So I don't know whether, I really don't know. I mean, you make both are valid points. I'm not sure. Worth is saying it's semantics, and he may be right, but Cheyenne's got a point that you're going to publish this thing, and so people will at least get a handle on the 3-column. I mean, the 3-column piece is interesting. So maybe it's the 3-column piece with the tax rate zeroed. Because I do like the idea of having, remember, it's very high level. I mean, it's very, you want to weigh in here?
Thank you, Chairman. I will share this with you. I've been your chief financial officer for 6 years now, and we have done this appropriation ordinance. When it is first published, it has ordinance, and in place of the ordinance number, it has XXX, because that ordinance has not been approved. When it is first published, it was published with zeros in the dollar amounts, okay? So the very first publishing just is kind of as a placeholder for all the items that will be filled. However, the ordinance fixing the tax rate for the city for the current or the coming fiscal year, again, is ordinance number XXX, because an ordinance number has not been assigned to it. It does and has always included the current and or proposed, which has always been the current, tax rate, so that the readers of this ordinance have an idea of how that dollar value, because it also breaks it down in terms of what the purposes are per the dollar amount allocation of that tax rate. So, for instance, in last year is $2, 2.701640, because we are required to publish it that way. It talks about what part of that goes to the general fund, what part goes to capital pay-go, and what portion of that goes to debt service or any other fund that is getting a piece of that property tax. It gives the reader an idea of how the budget was proposed from the mayor based on the current tax rate and where those pieces go. So, for instance, in the year that we added the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the Community Initiative Fund, that's added as part of the tax. That's part of the ordinance. It is not finalized until it is certified and signed, and an ordinance number is established on that document, and it has gone through 3 readings and been signed by the mayor. So it is not carved in stone. It is not permanent, but it does give the reader a reference point for how the proposed budget was developed and on what circumstances.
Let's break for lunch. I'm okay with it.
All right.
All right.
Before we do, actually, I know we want to get to lunch, but no, we don't. But if you haven't heard, there's a very kinetic situation that's going on at the University of Memphis campus with an active shooter. Well, it's Fox 13. That's campus. Fox 13 campus. I have 2 children, one who's at Lipman and one who's at Presbyterian Day School, whose schools are on lockdown. It's untenable. And for anybody that is headed into special session that needs to hear it from me, who is always identified as a white Republican, although I'm not sure that I aspire or ascribe to that philosophy. Let me be very clear. This city's sick and tired of gun violence and empty rhetoric and foolhardiness and political games. Our state legislator and our federal government must come together and fund mental health, Gun reform must be real. Americans and Tennesseans are tired of it. I don't want to grow up or have my kids grow up where their PE teacher or their math teacher, who's 63 years old, is carrying a 45. It's got to stop. And I know this council has done everything in its power, but we're going to continue to use our platform. So say a prayer for anybody that's involved, and say a prayer for this city, the state, and this country, that we can find our way past this, because it's unsustainable. Thank you. We're hereby adjourned.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and those who are with us today. I'd like to call to order the May 2nd, 2023 Personnel and Government Affairs Committee to order. Mr. Baxter, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Jones. Here. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Corvette. Councilman Warren. Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have 4 items on today's committee. 1, 2, and 3 are appointments and reappointments, and then 4 is a discussion. Item number 1, appointments to the Memphis Public Library and Information Center Board of Trustees. We have Stephanie Cage, Stephanie Ivy, and Mr. Lonnie Robinson, requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Motion by Covette, second by Warren. Let the record show also Councilwoman Robinson is here with us as well. Ms. Ivy, Ms. Cage, and Mr. Robinson, if you could come to our front here, and you can make sure the microphone is on with the green button glowing. And if you all can, just give your name and address for the record, and any words you'd like to share. Y'all can sit, y'all, you ain't gotta stand. But you can hit the button on the microphone and it should, yeah.
Mic check?
All right.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Cage. My home address is 369 South Highland, number 304, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111. I have a background as a reference library assistant. I served in that role for about 2 years. It was the very first job that I had out of college, helping patrons find reference materials, and I also taught library instruction. More recently, I have volunteered with the Memphis Public Libraries for about the past 7 years, serving in a few different roles, secretary and president for the Friends of the Library Hollywood branch, and for the larger Friends of the Library group, board representative for the Hollywood branch, as well as chairperson for the nominating committee. And so I bring those experiences to this appointment. I am looking forward to getting new insights and experiences with this role, and hopefully having a meaningful contribution to this appointment. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Cage. Dr. Cage, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Cage. Mrs. Ivy.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Ivy. I live at 2426 Espalier Cove, Memphis 38119. I direct the West Tennessee STEM Hub. My background is engineering. I'm the Associate Dean for Research in the College of Engineering at the University of Memphis. But the STEM Hub is how I have a connection to the libraries. So we do a lot of programming with the libraries. We partner frequently for STEM events and support a lot of their STEM activities, particularly for K-12 students. So that's I have no library experience, but that's my connection to the libraries.
Thank you, Mrs. Ivy. Mr. Robinson, any words you'd like to share?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you all for having me. I first started working with the library system in 2018. Jacqueline Wallace, she's a former executive director of the Friends of the Library. We met at a coffee shop with a mutual friend, and she learned of my artwork. I'm an artist and graphic designer, and immediately invited me to show at the Goodwin Gallery at the Ben Hooks Library. And I did in 2018, and I did another show the next year of my graphic design. I've donated quite a bit to the library. There's a mural, digital mural of Dr. King's image that were done in his words, his favorite words, freedom, justice, peace, and I can't remember the last one, but I donated that to the main library as well. It was on exhibit during Black History Month, and Keenan, the chairman, she really wanted it to stay longer, and I said, hey, let's just make it a gift. I believe in libraries because my grandmother and mother both kept me in one as a child. And I really just have always wanted to be a part of children learning. During the exhibit, the first exhibit that I had at the library, I went anonymously just to see how it was working out and having the opportunity to see the kids be elevated by the work, taking pictures with the work, let me know just how important it was to have the show in a public setting that was accessible to the children. And so I'm hoping that this appointment won't keep me from donating anonymously anymore, but I really would like to be more engaged and more just really focused on the development in any way I can. And I was asked to be a trustee and to be more involved, and so I'm hoping that that becomes the case. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson, Ms. Ivy, and Dr. Cage. Also, thank you just for your willingness to serve on this Board of Trustees. Hopefully that doesn't stop your ability to help our libraries. Donating, Mr. Robinson. And then also, colleagues, I had the privilege of serving on the Friends of the Library Committee, Hollywood Library, with Dr. Cage as well for a couple of years and through COVID. And she really helped us stay engaged for even a small library within my district. But wouldn't have happened without her help and assistantship on that. All right. Anything from any colleagues? Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, so much. I just want to say I do believe the libraries are doing an excellent job, and I think you're getting some excellent board members who wanted to serve. I've been familiar with Mr. Robinson and his work at art in the past, and I mean, it seems like they just have a compassion and they truly want to be involved, and that makes a big difference rather than just serving. They said, I'll see what I can do. You know what you're going to be doing. And I think it's fantastic. Again, thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Let's call this for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. So that means none opposed. Thank you. Thank you all. That passes. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Item number 2 is an appointment to the Memphis and Shelby County Sports Authority Board. A new face, Mr. Kenneth Moody. Requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Motion by Jones, second by Johnson. Mr. Moody, name and address for the record and anything you'd like to share. We missed you.
I love my new job. Gotcha. Good afternoon. Ken Moody, 7352 Red River Code, Memphis, Tennessee. I was actually told that just being a former basketball player qualified me for being on this board, so that's why. No, just teasing. I'm very, very familiar with the roles and the responsibilities of those on the Shelby County Sports Authority Board, and I look forward, and I think I will bring a lot to that board. They've got a good board already. Some of the members I know personally have a real good sports background, but I know it's more than just about sports. And so I look forward to hopefully being a part of the board, and I'd be honored to serve.
Thank you for your willingness to serve. Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Johnson.
I just want to know which is going to come first, the NBA championship or the NCAA?
Well, you know, I'm biased. I'm going to say the NCAA championship.
Okay, so I just want to know what you're promising, so
absolutely.
We heard it here first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councilwoman.
Mr. Moody.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember you wearing a big City of Memphis pin like you're wearing today. With that, I know. So I see you still smiling. So I know you really must be enjoying the position.
Well, I was smiling when I was your councilor. Yeah, I just didn't smile as much as I'm smiling now. It's so good being able to communicate with you guys on this side of the aisle. I will say that, but it's a great opportunity. My 21 years in city government have helped me grow as a person, and actually it's prepared me for this role I am now. And so while I may not have worn the city emblems, this city has raised me and been good to me, and I'm always going to be a fan of this city. And so next time I show up, I'll make sure I have a city. If you got to give me one now, if you can give me a city emblem, I will wear it.
Okay.
All right.
That's all right. It's okay to support Memphis as well.
University's a big part of the city.
Right, in that capacity. Yeah. But again, I think with the knowledge that you're going to carry to that board, you're going to be a great asset to it, because you need to know a whole lot, especially in some of these boards that we serve on, and your variety of experience would definitely make that available to you to share with others. Thank you again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Also, let the record show that Councilman Ford and Councilwoman Swearingen Washington have joined us. Any other colleagues? All right. Let's call this for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moody. And last appointment, reappointments, item number 3, to the Memphis Public Library and Information Center Board of Trustees, Ms. Beverly Jordan Van, Director Keenan McCloy, and Cammie Fields. Requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Motion by Warren, second by Jones. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. If you all or if Director McCloy wants to speak on all 3 reappointments, that may be better. Director McCloy, if you can get your name and address and any words for all 3 reappointments.
Sure. I'm Keenan McCloy. I live at 728 Charles Place, Memphis, Tennessee, 38112, right across from Overton Park. And Beverly Van has been amazing. And one of the things we've been doing and focusing on is, and she has served us for a number of years, as has Cammie. Cammie works at FedEx and always says, hey, I write strategic plans. So, you know, what's not to love about that? She's been completely positive. Anything that we need, she always is willing to do. And Beverly works with mental health in the mental health arena. And so, you know, just we are thrilled to have kind of the diversity that we do in the trustees that we select. So if you have any questions for any of us, I know they would be happy to answer them, and I'd also be happy to share any more with you. But this is a nice diverse group, and we're one person shy. We have 6 based on today. We have 6 trustees who have been approved, or hopefully you'll approve me. I don't know. And so we'll have 6, and then the one we are seeking one other person. So we're just short one person, and so we will bring that back to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, Director. And how many years is for the board for that appointment?
Is it 3?
Most of these things.
Dr. Warren was saying 3.
3.
Yeah, it's 3 and can continue. I mean, you can get an additional 3 years.
Okay. That's just for whoever's listening and that you all have that vacancy there. I also heard that Director McCloy said First Library will be open real soon. So
in 2024, it soon as.
Oh, you said June 24. I heard June 24th. Okay.
Yeah, it's not June 24th. It's not. June
I heard
24th.
June 24th.
It's June
okay.
20.
We can push it up a little. It sounds like a budget discussion. We'll do it later.
I believe in the dream, but it's not quite that close. Okay. So. Yeah, we're working on it.
We'll keep hope alive on that one. Yes. Well, thank you all for you all's willingness to continue serving on the library board. Let's call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. The ayes have it. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
And last item, we have a discussion on the City of Memphis Health Plan Administration, RFP. Thank you, Director McClure. Requested by Councilwoman Logan. And hopefully she'll be here to hear this discussion item. But Chief Smith, if you could just give your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Oh, you did? Okay, great.
Councilman Jones. Okay, we'll wait on her to get in.
Well, this has actually come out of Healthcare Oversight Committee, just in case you need to know. Okay.
Councilwoman Logan is here, but also as a courtesy to the Health Oversight Committee that this is coming out of, we'll have Councilman Warren first, and then we can proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Healthcare Oversight Committee met last week and received this report from Chief Smith and her colleagues. Just a little up-to-date information is that, we were still within a contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and in the middle of that contract, they decided they wanted to change the rules and regulations with one of the providers, Methodist. And what got into a prolonged negotiation was not successful. And we were left with the option of only having one provider, which is now Blue Cross Blue Shield. And the committee felt, as did administration, that that was not a good option for our employees. And so this request for proposal is now being put out so we can once again hopefully have the option of having a Methodist or a Baptist option for our employees to choose from. So that's why we all had to switch. It had to do with insurance companies arguing with each other about what they wanted to pay each other, and our employees were put in the middle. So as we go through this process, I personally think that we should consider giving like 3 points to any company that wasn't involved in this last particular fiasco where we lost our people. So with Blue Cross and Cigna tried to negotiate for this, they're probably behind the 8 ball for the other people who are negotiating, at least in my opinion. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Councilwoman Logan and or Chief Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Alex Smith. I'm the Chief HR Officer for the City of Memphis. My address is 1440 Island Place East, Memphis, Tennessee. And today we're going to give an update around our Healthcare Plan Administration RFP and answer any questions that you may have regarding that. As Dr. Warren eloquently stated, we are in an interesting situation as a healthcare plan administrator where we had to have a special enrollment to go into a new plan design due to the failed negotiations between Blue Cross and Methodist Hospital. And as you all know, there's 2 primary hospital networks in Memphis. There is the Baptist Hospital Network, and then there's the Methodist Hospital Network. So this issue was related to Methodist. As a part of our special enrollment, which we held in March, we ended up converting over 3,000 of our members from the choice plan, which had the Baptist and Methodist networks, to the select plan. But one important caveat that we added, because we heard loud and clear from both you as well as from our employees, members, is that we added in an in-network solution for Le Bonheur so that we could make sure that that was covered. And then we also have a provision where if people have to travel more than 50 miles due to services not being offered at a Baptist facility, we will cover that as in-network as well. That has added additional costs to our plan to the tune of a little over $1 million. But we felt that it was necessary to help make sure that we kept our employees whole as we go through this process. Now that we are in the middle of RFP, we are looking to make sure that we provide supreme services to our employees. And so we're looking for a healthcare plan administrator. As you know, we are self-insured, so we pay all the claims, and we have over $90 million worth of claims every year. So we need a healthcare plan administrator that can help us in managing that properly. And so we have right now, I believe, 5 bidders, and the full bids are due May 24th. Our anticipation is we'll have selections in June, July, and we'll be going through the contracting process at the end of July, August, and begin implementation in August and have our open enrollment in October, November timeframe as we've done in years past. The overall goals for the RFP, number one is we want a clear strategic partner for the city of Memphis. We want someone that can provide us discounted access to both Methodist and Baptist hospital networks, equitable care for retirees and active employees, support for particularly chronic conditions, transparency in contract terms and pricing, and helping us to what we call bend the cost curve. In other words, manage our cost as a healthcare provider. I know that there were specific questions related to the EBO goal and the EBO goal process. And so we have a representative from the COO's office who also is representing the Office of Business Diversity and Compliance to answer those questions. I'm gonna pass it to Deputy Chief Adams.
Deputy Chief Antonio Adams and
Contract Compliance Manager Carolyn Watkins.
We sit together. We represent Director Zandria Davison in her absence, and we will present this slide and answer questions in her absence, and then we have other members from the office as well. But the Office of Business and Diversity Compliance determined that the Health Plan Administration RFP must have a plan. So there must be a mandatory plan. So the EBO committee determined that bidders will need to complete an EBO participation plan. The EBO participation plan must include the level and dollar amount of the participation the respondent anticipates to achieve in the performance of the contract resulting from the RFP, the type of work to be performed by the MWBE participation, the names of the MWBEs of the respondent, plans to utilize in the performance of the contract resulting from the RFP. And here's the rationale. One, this is a unit-based contract. And then they didn't want to make sure that there was an artificial goal. And then the EBO participation plan will be a part of the proposal review process. But then most importantly, Director Davison was ensured to be a part of the review, the evaluation process as the contract would be awarded. So again, the plan is a mandatory plan. So we would ensure that there is participation in this particular process.
Is the next slide for questions?
Yes.
Okay.
That
Let the record show that we've been joined by Councilman Canale, and Councilman Morgan. We need them in the seat. So question before we go to Councilwoman Logan and Councilman Jones. Can you take it back to the last slide? So I know, Director Adams, you said that this is unit-based and there's no goal for MWBE participation. But it is the EBO. First off, what does EBO stand for?
Equal business opportunity.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure. But it is a part of the proposal review process. What priorities are given to those who are bidding with this type of information? So is it just you have to submit the plan? What if the plan says, a low amount of MWBE's participation or zero? How does that get taken into consideration? What if none of the bidders have a MWBE
Any proposal
participation?
Any proposal that does not have an EBO plan attached will not be considered. That response will be considered non-responsive.
No, I'm saying what if they submit a plan that says zero?
That will be considered non-responsive. And
Okay.
the reason being is that when you are dealing with these types of plans, we know that there are no MWBEs that provide this type of service as a whole. But there are plenty MWBEs that would provide ancillary services, such as any printing that needed to be done, such as call centers. So we are allowing the prime contractor to select how they want to do their MWBE participation, but they must do it. And if they don't do it, then their plan will be considered non-responsive. The request requires that we consider not just the lowest amount plan, but the best plan. And for it to be considered a best plan, it must have EBO participation.
So what's the threshold? I understand what you're saying on they have to submit a plan that includes it, but what are we measuring? If we say there's no goal, how are we measuring who's to receive their bid?
Well, the first thing, at this point, there is no minimum threshold set. But how that would be measured is if everybody came in, if somebody comes in with a 10% EBO goal and someone else comes in with a 25% EBO goal, of course, when these plans are considered, we would give more deference to the 25%, especially if it's logical and in reason. Now, as you know, when we are reviewing plans, that would be only one criteria that would be considered, but we have been assured that will be considered as one of the most important criteria. So you're right, Councilwoman, there is no minimum, but those things will be looked at. I guess what I'm trying to say, it won't be looked at as an afterthought, meaning that those would be one of the first 2 or 3 things as far as criteria. That's what we have been assured.
Okay. It would seem to me if this was important enough, it would be a goal, but I'll kick it down to Councilwoman Logan and then Councilman Johnson. Chairman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. And that's exactly what I wanted to say. There used to be a goal, correct?
There was a goal, and let me preface all of that by saying that was before my tenure in this office. There was a goal, but the goal was set, and I am not sure how that goal was arrived at. But the reason this approach was taken is because we don't know what things will be considered. Of course, there are other things that we have that are unit-based and goals are put on those projects, but we have some idea of what vendors are necessary to be utilized. So that's why this is why this proposal was set up as it is.
With all due respect, I do feel that we definitely need to consider that, minority vendors and doing business as a city that's majority African American, there should be a designated goal, because there are different ways that, whether you say printing or some aspect of those, the process that minorities could be a part of it. And if we don't set a goal, there may not be the intent to do it. So we definitely want to encourage minority participation and goals. And I feel that there has to be one. I think we used to have 25%.
It was 18%.
It was 18%. 25% is reasonable, to ask for participation on such a large scale spend for the city. So, I would like to see that happen.
So I do understand that, but I would say the new approach that we're taking is that we are giving the bidders an opportunity to tell us, as a part of this being a competitive process, what they think the MWBE spend could be. And I can assure you, as you know, we understand the council's commitment to MWBE. Our administration has been continuously committed to MWBE, and for us, there will be a prioritization in not only bidders who can deliver the services and the cost effectiveness and the multi-network approach that we want, but also a commitment to MWBE. And so we are committed to it. We want to see that. And if we do not see it, we will take that into consideration in terms of determining next steps.
But you mentioned that it could be 10%, 5%, 20%, 25%. There's no if you get 2 10% or 1 5 and 10, you're gonna go with 10. Whereas you could have said let it be 20% and got 20. Being intentional about making sure that there is participation, and if it worked prior to. If it didn't work, I could see you saying, no, we're going to take another approach. But if it did work and we reached that goal, why are we doing something different by not having a goal?
Councilman Warren, really quickly, as the head of the
I
health
just wanted to,
oversight. Okay.
The interesting thing about this is that when you're looking at percentage, a lot of the percentage of the money spent is for very specific things like drugs for diabetes or cancer or whatever, and that's a huge amount of the money that we spend, and it's only one person provides that. So when you're looking at percentages, you may need to look more at percentages of numbers of participants as opposed to money per se, because you've got the hospital. If you're paying the money to the hospital for services, you can't put that out as a percentage. That you can say it's an MBE percentage. So I think what we need for them to bring back is to say on these ancillary things that we have the ability to choose, how much can we bring in? And I think that's what they're asking for now on this RFP is say, we want you to show us how you can up this number, because the number is going to be a percentage of participants, not a total dollar amount. So we shouldn't look at the dollar amount, because we're spending $10 million on 15 drugs that we can only get for one place. So, because we've got people with a specific cancer and a
Dr.
certain
Warren,
type of diabetes.
you're conflating things, my friend.
It's not the same thing.
It's not the same.
No. When you look at the numbers.
Hold on. Dr. Warren, you finished with your...
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Jones and then Logan.
Going back to yours, this part here is just the healthcare administration part. We're not, because we're self-insured, we know we have no control over the drug for this, hospital A, hospital B. That's self-insured. What we're talking about is saying, but this part here talks about a company is going to serve as the administrator.
Mm-hmm.
They have employees to pay. They have their bills separate from the healthcare costs. If we're talking about a drug,
I just want to make sure we kept those out of our thinking. That's all I was saying.
So, but still going back to Ms. Logan's part, which you share my concern here, is there are certain things that I'm just going to pick a company, ABC Healthcare. They're going to be providing the administration, and part of their proposal should be, hey, this is where I'm going to spend it with these particular companies, and that's outside what the city of Memphis is paying for if I go to the doctor. Two totally different things. And so we're talking about the administration, the administration. Yes, we got to pay the doctor bills and the hospital bills and the pharmacy and the drugs. But doc, that's a totally different cost. But what we're saying here is if industry, and I'm being very broad here, if industry did the right thing, we wouldn't have to have an EBO department. And so my concern is by not having that goal at 18, everybody comes in at 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the concern here. But to state in this slide to say no artificial goal, that sort of suggests that the previous ones were artificial goals. So was that the case that we had these bids to come in with artificial goals? And that's why we're saying here we have to state on the record, this particular proposal was set out, or this request for RFP was set out with no artificial goals.
So I think we do want to make an important point that we do believe that and people understand, that all of the bidders understand our intent. And because this is a competitive process, this gives them an opportunity for them to make their best effort in terms of how they can provide MWBE contributions related to their bid. We also can say that at the end of the day, when we look at all of these proposals, if we are not satisfied, we can cancel the RFP and start over. So there is an opportunity for us to look at what we receive and whether or not we think it really meets the quality of what we want to see.
Okay, so has it been determined under what circumstances you all will say we're going to send everything back? My thing is, it should be predetermined versus it being a moving target, if you would, because. Well, another question that I have is there. I'm sure that there's perhaps a matrix that everything will be scored upon. If this if the EBO component is only scored or worth 2 to 3 points, having 0 is not going to could potentially have no impact at all on this. Or if it's 2 to 3, even having 25 could be scored minimally and not have an impact on this. So I think it would be helpful for us. It would comfort me to know that we have some type of threshold, and we can do it off the record if you so choose, to say, hey, Councilman, if it comes in at this, we're going to send it back. But to say that to go in and we know that in general, industry has not been fair in many instances. We've had too many instances where this hadn't been the case for us to say, okay, well, we're just going to believe industry this time when they come back with it.
And can they tell you where they can have like the different services, or can you ascertain initially the different services that readily can have goals or minority participation?
So we have a history now in terms of different carriers that we've worked with in the past. And so we have a sense for what are the different services. We are curious if there's even more than what we have seen used in the past. So a part of this is giving us more information about what's in the marketplace in terms of what they're seeing. We have not finished the rubric yet, so there's an opportunity for us to partner with the OBDC office and our city attorney's office to determine what the right rubric should be. So we're still in that process. The bids are not due until May 24th, so we still have time. And what I would say is let us continue down this process, and we will share with you what that rubric looks like so that you can see those thresholds and understand where we stand.
But we definitely still want to entertain a goal. Even within those, it's highly unlikely that we're going to get what we're looking for if we don't put it out there.
But again, I think to Manager Watkins, and I think to the point of the director, the plan itself and the intent of the plan was to allow the scope of work by the respondents to be submitted so that you can pull it apart, so that you can then identify what the universe and what the pool could be for participants, so that you can identify what's out there. Because you don't know until you ask. Who can participate? What companies are out there that are available? You put a goal out there and you put out what you think the scope of work is, and you come back and you net 0, then we have nothing. Let's allow them to provide us, and then we can go out and we can provide and we can cast that net again. It's just a plan. It's just an opportunity for a plan. I understand your frustration. But this is just an opportunity to maximize participation.
I also would like to note that in previous bids, we've seen, even though we set a goal at 18%, we've seen people bid at 40%. So I think it's an opportunity for us to once again to see what's the best competitive bid that these organizations can provide to us, and put the onus on them to show us if they're going to compete for our business. If they want access to our $90 million, then just show us how they're going to best take advantage and utilize that and work with our community to do so.
But even if you're using your, even using your example, if you say the highest goal at, starting at 18%, we're accepting the highest goal and have a flat, that 18 could have been the baseline. Of course, 40 is much better than 18, so they would have been looking better. The point is that this is money that the city is spending. And, you look at tax dollars and you look at the majority of the city. We want to make certain that there are opportunities within the city for these small minority businesses to be a part of something that large where they can get in where they can fit in until they are able to scale up or until we're able to, even if we don't ever have the opportunity to get the entire bid, having collaboratives that can get part of it or join in is what we want to do. We want to see that happen, and it's not just going to happen organically. We have to be intentional about it. And making sure that we set those, to me, that's why I brought it, just to make sure that we're intentional about setting those goals, because if you don't have any there, I can't see how that's projecting that you're intentional about someone bidding with that in mind. So with that, I yield back, Chair. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Shandell Ryan, COO for the City of Memphis. What I would like to offer is something that Chief Smith said, that we're currently out to bid and expect to receive the EBO plans as a part of the bid process. And once we receive them, if we're not satisfied, if they're not meeting a certain threshold that makes us comfortable, then we have the option at that point to restructure the bid and do what is necessary to get an EBO goal that makes sense. So I just want to assure you all that if we don't receive the type of EBO goals in the proposals that we think are proper, then we'll be able to make those adjustments at that time. So we would like to receive in the proposals as people are preparing them, and we can give you an update on how things are going.
Thank you, Chief Ryan. Any other colleagues before I say my piece? All right, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you so much. I'm not quite certain what is the correct way to do it, but I am certain of the type of work that Mrs. Watkins has done in the past. And I can be reassured that she's not going to let anything go through that would not be reflective of what this body is expecting to happen. And just looking at the team members that's going to make this decision, I do feel that you're going to put every effort out there possible to ensure it. Everything is changing in how we get things accomplished. Maybe this is a new approach. I don't do it every day, so I don't know why they decided to do it. Maybe something in the past has taught them this may be a better way to approach it. But what I'm just asking is give them an opportunity. They got to come back. If we don't want it, we don't have to accept it. But let's see what they can do. And those are my general comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. And thank you for bringing up Ms. Watkins and her team. Can we just be introduced to the team who is making the RFP decision?
Well, first, I'll give deference to the director in her absence, Zandria Davidson.
Carolyn Watkins, and with us we have
Gabrielle Timoteo.
Afternoon. Well, they ain't have to walk all the way up here. You could just said their names. And,
now we get to see them.
We
and
just want to put faces with places. That's all.
I'm Yamika Lucas Myers.
Afternoon, Ms. Myers.
And if I may, thank you, Councilwoman Johnson, for your comments and your confidence in me.
Councilwoman Logan, last thing, real quick.
Okay, I just wanted to, and thank you for making that note, because I don't know anyone here personally. It wasn't a personal thing that I brought this. I'm pretty sure if you're on the team that you're qualified and capable, as are, all of them. But this is just a part of the process as a legislator, as a representative, is to ask when you don't, when you don't see, what to have worked, or that's logical, or you're going to ask. That's my role. That's why I was voted on this body. So don't take it personal. I'm very confident in you all as well, and thank you for sharing that, though.
Many years.
Well, good to know that you are, that's gonna be top of mind for you, because we definitely
you,
wanna go.
Councilwoman
We
Logan.
definitely wanna see minority participation as much as possible. And you talking about $90 million, that's a lot. So being intentional is a must.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chair.
And I share the same sentiments, but I want to, because this was brought to our attention, and obviously everyone is intrigued on it. I want to know what's that, when y'all do get the RFPs back, what is that threshold that y'all are looking for? And what's going to be that decision before you decide to redo the RFP or before you approve it?
Yeah.
We want to know. The county has a goal for that. We had a goal on the last one. It just seems pretty weird that we don't have one for this one. And we try to have one for everything else. And so I'm really interested, and I think a lot of my colleagues are too, to see what is going to be our threshold, since we're not saying we have an official goal. I think that's owed to us as a update as soon as you all are able to do that for that May 24th day. I think we meet on the 16th. So if we can have y'all back on the 16th, and you don't have to give us names of the bidders, I don't think, but at least telling us where those thresholds are lying on those. You say you have 5 at this point. But if you all can come back on the 16th and get an update, and then Councilman Warren, and then
Would it be
close us out.
reasonable for us to maybe come back on the 24th, a little bit late? Yeah. When they come in, allow us.
Oh, they're not in yet.
Yeah.
Y'all
correct.
said y'all had 5. No.
Let us come back a little bit later on the 24th, later in the month.
We come back on the 24th?
I want to say our meeting is.
I think
April 6th.
It's the 13th, May 13th.
13th, that's right.
So we have 5 intents to bid, but the bids are not due until May 24th. And so we
Okay.
cannot provide the rubric to you until
And you
after.
all make a decision when?
We're looking to make a decision in June, but we
Okay.
can provide the rubric and how we're going to make that decision.
Okay, yeah, and then you come back on the 1st of June meeting. Okay, all right. No other,
Madam
any
Chair,
other? No?
I'll make
Yes,
sure that
okay.
I take the comments from our council members to our committee.
Thank you.
So they understand what's expected. So that will be at the community meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And before we adjourn, please let the record show that Councilman Carlisle and Vice Chair Smiley are with us. All right, this meeting is adjourned.
I've been here the whole time.
$150. We are a little behind, so council members, we're going to give them an opportunity today. I know we have some other items on our agenda, but we've asked them to come back more than one time, and we're going to try to complete it today. We have only one item on our agenda, and that's a discussion regarding the Intervision report. President McGowan would like to open up with some comments. The team that made the recommendations or gave us an update, a report, will come and give an introduction, and we can ask questions at that time. Will you please call the roll?
Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canali. Councilman Colvette. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm in my seat, and Councilwoman Easter Thomas is not.
Chair Robinson.
Present. We have a quorum. Thank you. President McGowan.
Thank you, ma'am. I do have a few comments I want to share just to set some context. Been here several times before you and just haven't had a chance to really share. So I'm going to take a few minutes just to set some context here. But I think fundamentally what I want to start with is saying we now have two separate reports on our power supply. We have one from GDS and Associates, and we have the one Elaine and her team did from Intervision. So I think the logical question is, what's next? And so I'm thankful for Mayor Strickland's leadership, for this additional oversight, for Elaine and her team, for the work that they did on the RFP and RFP process. And the bottom line up front is this, that the report released by Intervision substantiated the decision made by the board of directors that we should stay with the current arrangement as the best plan for our community right now. Their report really is helpful in identifying ways we can improve the process should we go through it in the future. And it did conclude that essentially the short list that Intervision came up with options is the same short list that GDS came up with for options, and that there was ultimately not any significant difference in final findings, and that's from the Intervision report. So they obviously pointed out that there is today is a dramatically different day than we began the IRP, and I want to point that out. They point out there's an instability in the energy market, the natural gas market, financial markets, the geopolitical landscape that have deep impacts on the cost of everything. And I think Elaine will tell you that makes it an inconvenient time to look for power. But those are temporary problems. But what I'd like to point out is that there are much more dramatic and permanent factors that have fundamentally changed the basis upon which the IRP was based. And those are what shaped my view of what's next. Remember, we did this in 2019. It's now 2023. First, there's new uncertainty about the bulk electric system in the southeastern part of the United States and the resiliency of that system that was never called into question prior to this past winter. It was revealed during successive historic winter storms. It's something that's causing everybody who's an energy provider to rethink how they generate electricity and how they estimate the actual demand. Remember, everyone missed the demand mark by more than 50%. That is a major finding from something that happened this winter that was never anticipated before. The second thing that happened here is a seismic shift in our economic prospects right here in Memphis, Tennessee and Shelby County because of the historic generational investment by Blue Oval City. That is going to fundamentally change our demand profile going forward because of the likely industry that it's going to attract here. So those two things are permanent changes that were never contemplated in 2019 when we went through the IRP. So let me just say this, because today is fundamentally different in my mind than it is in 2019, I don't think we should keep asking the question, how cheap can we get our electricity? I think the questions we need to be asking instead are, first, how much power will we need? How will our consumers choose to use it? And quite frankly, how are we going to meet that demand? Reliably, sustainably, affordably, and environmentally. Okay? So my what's next is to put my efforts into two fundamental work streams. Number one, and I think you know this, is to make immediate improvements to the reliability of the existing utility that we have. The Way Forward plan is well funded. We've got $1.2 billion to do that. We have lots of federal funding that's coming. We just got about $40 million to put into our water system. We've applied for $100 million to put into our electrical system to complement what we're doing. Locally, I've reprioritized our hiring, $4 million of new positions that I focused on just delivering a more reliable system. So I've reprioritized away from hiring back office support and put it into people in the field to make the system more reliable. Instead of just having one tree trimming contract, I now have 3, so we can triple the speed at which we're doing our tree trimming. And then we're also doing infrastructure replacement, and we're focusing that in areas where the worst outage performance was. Those are all new things that we're doing. And the second big thing that I want to do is I think we need to understand how we answer those 3 questions. How are we building our communities for the future? What's the mix of energy sources that our customers want to see that meet our collective climate goals, our resilience goals? How do they want to consume power in the future? You've heard it. I know, Dr. Warren, I've heard you talk about behind the meter, in front of the meter, distributed energy resources. All of those things are significantly further advanced just in the last 4 years. People have a very different approach.
And then finally, there's a rapidly evolving ecosystem of modern utility service that we're experiencing historic shifts in technology. It's really ever changing, but it has been some historic shifts very recently that are going to meet the demands of a new economy. And this electrification of things, if you haven't heard that, that's coming at us like a juggernaut. And that's something we have to be prepared for. And so I need to really understand what does our profile look like in the future. To do that, I've launched MLGW 2045, a 20-year plan. It's not a plan that I could roll out today. It's how does our community want this utility to serve you 20 years from now? And what decisions points do we have to make between now and then? You've all heard that there are pressures on fossil fuels. Lots of pressure on coal and oil and gas. Natural gas is something people are talking about. Well, you're going to hear me talk in just a minute about how important that is to us. Is that a decision we need to make in 20 years or 40 years? But there's pressure for us to get out of that business, but it's a valuable commodity to us here. We need to make that decision. So that's what 2045 is going to do for it. So one of the things I want to mention, and you didn't hear in there that I'm going to issue another RFP, because that's not my intention to do so. My intention is to throw ourselves into this work of prioritizing function and reliability and resilience of our current system, and then identifying what we need in 2045. But I'm not going to take 5 years to do that. By December of 2024, we're going to have that plan done. It's going to be informed by you and by our constituents, so we know what we're asking for and how we're going to meet that demand. So last couple of notes I have, and I want to show you just a couple of slides. One of the priorities for our customers is to always drive value for our customers. I think it's not something that you hear every day that we care about value, but we do. And I think it's something that critics have overlooked in their criticism of MLGW. It's kind of implied that MLGW doesn't care about the value. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but I do want to show you just two examples of how we're focused on delivering value for our customers. I share and we share our community's desire to save as much money for customers as we can, and we work very hard to do that. But far too often, we've been talking about how cheap everything is instead of talking about value and affordability. And one of the things I talk to folks is if you're always focused on how cheap something is, you're not going to really talk about opportunities for driving value. And that's really what the Way Forward plan is. So let me just show a couple of examples that hopefully demonstrate to you that we are always thinking about how we can drive new value and performance for our customers and how we can also save money for our customers. So we are focused on customer value. That's one of our number one priority at MLGW is to earn our customers' business. That's the only priority I ask our team to remember, because that means a lot. Do customers have a choice? No, they do not. Should I act like they do? I absolutely should. And that means that drives everything we do. And so I want to talk a little bit about the Way Forward plan and our reliability investments. I'm going to get a little bit technical, but I hope you enjoy this demonstration. When I talked about improving electrical reliability, as you know, the problems are we have a lot of trees. That's the number one reason for our outages. Tree limbs fall, trees fall, they hit the electrical power lines, and we have to go out and fix that. Well, it takes us a long time to figure out where that break is. It takes us a long time to take that tree off and then to restore power to everybody on that circuit. Because when the tree falls on that circuit, everybody's power goes out. So let me just show you this slideshow if I can. We are investing in a system called distribution automation. And then I'm saying this for Councilman Colvett because I know he's going to love this acronym: fault location, isolation, and surface restoration. Say it with me, FLIZR. So FLIZR. Okay, so here's the example. On a normal day, Substation 1 provides energy along Circuit A to all those households. Substation 2 provides energy along Circuit B to all those households. What distribution automation does is we are installing those blue and green switches up there all along the system. They're called distribution automation switches. Okay, so I'm going to show you what happens when a storm happens. The people on A are getting power from Substation 1, the people on B are getting power from Substation 2, and the energy doesn't connect. That green dot there, there's no passage back and forth. Those are independent systems, but we're putting a switch there tomorrow. So a tree falls on Circuit A, and what happens is the people downstream of that break lose power. So all the people to the right of that tree, people on the left of the tree have power, but the people on the right where the tree's fallen lose power on Circuit A. That's what happens today. And then my team goes out, tries to find the tree. They'll walk a mile or two of the circuit. They'll find the tree. Then they'll say, we need to remove the tree. And then they'll go about the process of manually trying to reconfigure the system to get people's power back on while they remove the tree. That can be a 5 to 8 hour process if everything goes right. Here's what distribution automation and Flizzr does. So that happens. Now the system says, and watch the green dot in the middle, the system says, well, I've isolated where the tree is, and I'm going to open a switch on the other side of it. So you saw that second green dot. Okay, so the second green dot says, boom, I'm going to open the switch and isolate that area so no energy can go there. And then it says, well, I'm going to open the switch in the middle, and when I do that, power from substation 2 is routed up to circuit A, and everybody to the right of the tree now has power. The only people that don't are the people between those two open switches. Okay, so I can do that manually today to some extent. Again, 8 hours. Tomorrow, when I put distribution automation and Flizzr in, that's 3 minutes. So a tree will fall, and 3 minutes later, the system will do this itself. That's an 80% improvement in outage time.
We got a question. Go ahead.
Why haven't we had this already?
It's technology. It's not brand new technology, but this is the plan about how you make your system more reliable. And I don't want to go into a whole history here of rate increases and how important they are over time just to keep up with inflation, to reinvest in your system. And this is something we talked about. I want to do a correlation here. You'll remember our city doubled in size from 1970 to 2010, twice the size, but our population grew by 4%. That means our ratepayers grew by 4%. And if you have twice as much stuff to maintain and only 4% more people to pay for it, you don't have as much money to reinvest in the core of your city. Okay, so this is a byproduct, just like we talked about with Accelerate Memphis. We have deferred maintenance. We have deferred maintenance at MLGW. This is a system that is modern, that will allow us to have a lot more resiliency when a storm happens. It's not the perfect answer, but it's one piece. We're doing this. This is not a future thing. 1,200 switches we have planned. We have 400 of them installed already. We'll get the other 1,200. We're moving right to 2,000. That'll be full implementation. That's not a next decade thing. That's a by 2027 thing to get that thing done. So that's a value for our customers that we think is going to be important, because when things go wrong, we need to be able to restore power quickly. So that's one value. The other thing I want to talk about is, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm trying to see how you're gonna go from substation 2 to 1. How are you gonna jump over where the break is to get over to substation 1?
Okay, I'll go back. So, so if you look at here's the beginning, Councilwoman Johnson. You see that green dot in the middle? Now, this is not actually how it is in the field. This is a simplified diagram, but that green dot represents an open switch, meaning the electricity can't pass between those two. But when the fault is isolated, what's happening here is the tree falls, the switch is open on each side of the break, no electricity between those, and then that dot, the green dot in the middle, closes, and that means power now can go from substation 2 all along its line, and you'll see here it can jump up to circuit 1 now, and then it goes that way, but it won't go left it goes around the break. That's right. So it's going to 1 from substation 1. That's correct. So does that make sense to everybody? That's a basic explanation of what we're trying to do that makes it much more resilient.
That's the best explanation we've had. Thank you.
Very good. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this driving value for our customers. I want to talk about our winter natural gas bills this past winter, recent and relevant. You may not know this. I'm looking at Councilman Jones and the other financial folks here, but we have a gas hedging strategy. Okay, so we buy gas daily on the market. We have a goal of limiting people's maximum bill on average to $150 in the wintertime. We want to ensure the most affordable rate for our customers. So our team, we have a dedicated team that they watch the gas market every single day and look for an opportunity to buy cheap gas, either now or in the future. That's called hedging. And they do it by, don't ask me how this works. You can talk to Councilman Jones about how this works, but they purchase out of the money call options. It's a technical financial term about how they get value in the future. They hedge only for the winter consumption, which is January through February and March. We do about 4 years out, and we spend $1 million a year doing this. So it costs everybody 28 cents a month for us to do this work. So what's the results? The yellow line on top, the dotted lines, the yellow and green dotted lines, are the cost per cubic, or the consumption of gas per cubic foot. And the solid lines are, yellow is last year's bill, and green is this year's bill. You'll notice that there's some differences in the dotted lines, lower and above, but you'll notice that the solid lines, the prices and the bills this winter were significantly lower, 34% lower than last year. Some of that is attributed, a small percentage is attributed to a lower cost of gas. Almost all of it is attributed to the $44 million of value we extracted by liquidating those hedges and putting that money back into our system to save ratepayers money. And so you'll see without hedging, people's winter bill would have been $81 higher on average than if we had not done hedging. And so we look for value everywhere we can get it. Let me talk about a different way. $44 million of value we got from a $1 million investment in hedging. We applied $32 million of that this winter, which resulted in those lower bills than you saw last year. And we kept $11.2 million for this coming winter because we know that gas prices are much more volatile and probably will not be at historic lows, so we can take the edge off next winter as well. If we didn't care about value, we didn't care about saving our customers, we wouldn't do this kind of work. It's very important to us, and we pay attention to what's happening. I also want to talk and just remind everybody about what our rates look like at Memphis Light Gas and Water. We do a rate survey every year in January, and I want to assure you this is apples to apples. We compare 1,000 kilowatts of electricity consumed by a customer to 200 cubic feet of natural gas consumed to 10 cubic feet of water for a month. And we compare that to the actual cost per cubic foot as delivered to the customer for 50 cities across America. Memphis Light Gas and Water, you'll notice, is at the very bottom. We are the lowest for all of those cities for combined electric, gas, and water in this year's survey. Not of the people that we compare to. There may be a small city someplace, but look at the major metropolitan areas that you have on there.
Excuse me, we have another question, Dr. Warren.
Oh, I'm sorry, go
And
ahead.
I have a list of people who want to speak.
This is just real quick. Can you bring us this back without the water?
Sure.
And compare it without the water, because I think we've got a really good water situation,
And
right?
I'll show you, here's what our bill looks like year over year, so I do have the breakdown. Here's our rate survey from last year. So January of 22, we did the same rate survey, and it was $292 a month. This year it's $253. That savings, you'll notice, almost all in gas because we extracted that much money in value from our gas portfolio. And so $41 or 26% lower than last year because we've done this. Without our hedging, everybody's bill would have been about $37 higher. So it matters, it's important to us, and we're always looking for value for our customers. But what about history? Here's back through 2013. We're not always the lowest, but we're either number one, number two, or number three lowest for combined bills. And I think to your point, Dr. Warren, people receive one bill and they write one check. So I think the total bill matters. And I understand the point. We ought to be looking for value at every turn, and that's what we're going to do. I just wanted to show some examples that we are intentional about trying to drive value for our customers, and we do a heck of a lot of work to do that here. So the intention is always to look for value for our customers. With that, I'll stop because I know I've taken some time, but I wanted to share that context with you all that that we are earnest in our desire to serve our customers in a good way, in a way that drives value, and hopefully this helps provide a little context.
Okay. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation, President McGowan. There was a remark earlier today talking about our energy burden again, but folks, we don't have our energy burden when we talk about it. You got the numerator and you got the denominator. We look at $200 bill, somebody's making $2,000 a month, that's a 10% energy burden.
our people have a high energy burden because the wages are low. If that same person was making $16 an hour, or that amount coming in was $3,000 a month, then that energy burden, utility bill will still be the same. But because a lower percentage of their income is going to pay their utility bill, that's the energy burden. So when, as I've been crying about, hey, we need to have higher paying jobs here, that's how our energy burden goes away. We have the lowest utility bills in the country. So we can't squeeze blood from a turnip. We got to look at the other part of that equation, and that's sending, our job is as council members, sending the message to EDGE, sending the message to the chamber, go out there and find higher paying jobs. That's how we solve the energy burden when our energy costs are already the lowest in the country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well stated. Thank you, President McGowan. We have another question. A comment? Okay, go ahead.
I didn't know. I can understand your comments, Chair Jones, but I think that's just one of the many facets of what we're dealing with. You're dealing with customer service, you're dealing with maintenance, you're dealing with everything. But I'm still concerned about the fact that we did a RFP. And the one major component is still the energy source or possible sources. Did we do everything possible to get the best outcome in that situation? And that's why I still think that the RFP process and in regards to finding the correct energy or how much it should pay. I know you said price is just not the only issue, but it's still one of the many facets or components that has to be addressed. And we don't need to be in the situation we're in like we were this past year, trying to get everything done so fast. This should be an ongoing, continuous process, learning and being kept up on whatever the market rates are and making sure we're getting the best results. And I just think that's just another component. So I still appreciate all you're doing. I see you got a plan, and always a plan of action helps everybody. But I think we still need to stay focused on the fact that we need to be aware of all potential energy resources for the future. Thank you.
You have a comment?
No, I couldn't agree more. And that's something we're doing. And when I suggest, even Ms. Johns would tell you this is not the time to go to RFP because of the uncertainties. I'm suggesting that while we have this time of short-term uncertainty, we ought to use it to plan our future so that we are in a better position going forward to understand what we believe our energy demand will be, how much we're going to need, how we're going to consume it, and then start tackling some of those issues. If in fact, as we saw, the resiliency of the systems and we continue to have this weather, how are we going to meet that? The answer we had at Christmas time was rolling blackouts. Do we have a different kind of demand response technology that we're putting into place? Should we then consider for vulnerable areas some distributed energy resources and some backups and those kinds of things? That's the discussion we're having here. And then, yes, obviously, our source of power is going to be important. And as you've seen with TVA, with some of their long-term agreements, they have given some flexibility for people to generate their own power. I would suggest, I think that's a value for us to be able to have as well, because we are partners, whether we've signed a contract or not. I've talked to our TVA representatives about that and have said that to them. We haven't made a decision yet, but I think it's something we need to consider for our community as well. And so we have a great dialogue with them about our opportunities there. And then obviously, as you said, we'll keep our eye on what's happening globally and locally.
Okay. Councilman Covet.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. President McGowan,
Yes,
thank you
sir.
for the acronym.
Sure.
I like that.
Flizzr.
All right. So the IRP was 2019.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was, of course, before the winter, that huge winter storm. And that is, so in what you're recommending to us is that makes the IRP, because of the factors that have happened since its issuance, those factors are why we can't really use those recommendations or go back to RFP at this point. Is that kind of the nutshell?
In my estimation, yes, there are two fundamental things that have changed. Number one, the bulk energy system that we have and our inability to accurately forecast what the demand is going to do in the wintertime. And number two, that we do have Blue Oval City, which I think is going to fundamentally change our demand profile. You remember the IRP was based on 3,300 megawatts of power with just a simple arithmetic projection into the future of some percentage growth. I believe that that percentage, that growth might actually be fundamentally different because of this. If you talk to Mr. Townsend at the Chamber of Commerce, he will tell you that the number of large consumers of power and the number of letters of interest he's getting about coming here, and he will tell you the pipeline's never been fuller, but the corollary to that is the pipeline's never been fuller with people who need 50 megawatts of power, 100 megawatts of power or more, which is a significantly different dynamic than we had when we were in the IRP environment. And so the demand has a potential to go significantly higher than we forecast in the IRP.
Okay, and you're saying that you can have all this buttoned up in about 18 months, the end of 24. Are you saying that you're recommending that it's not wise we do an RFP until your 2045 vision is complete at December of next year, 24?
I would suggest that it would be imprudent for us to take any kind of an action on determining a power supply, whether signing the long-term agreement with TVA or deciding that we need to do something different until such time as we have determined what our future is here. And I think we have the opportunity to do that by the end of 2024, which puts us in a better position to have a dialogue about what is the appropriate course of action for us.
I get that it's you don't want to ready, fire, aim.
Sure.
And having been a contractor, there was always a cost to me to put a bid together or put a bid package out. You may not even have an idea what this costs. What would be the cost of you putting an RFP out? I mean, we don't want to yank anybody's chain if we're saying we're not going to accept. But I mean, obviously, this is not something people can spend $5 on, throw you a bid.
That's right. It's incredibly expensive for a company. I mean, in relative terms, it may not be their bottom line, but it is cost. It's time, energy. And I think Ms. Johns would tell you too that you ought not do that unless you're serious about acting upon it. And again, my position and my advice is that until such time as we've evaluated these sea change things that have happened in our community, it's not prudent for us to immediately turn and do that.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for right now.
Okay, are there any other questions, council members? Now you can introduce our guests.
Okay, thank you. I guess Ms. Johns is here from Intervision, sitting right behind me, so I'll step aside and let them come up and have the. Do you guys need the presentation? Do you guys need anything? Okay, all right. Okay.
They can sit over here to your right.
You can. Do you need the? Okay.
Okay. Make sure you turn your mic on and speak directly into the mic. Introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Elaine Johns, and I'm with Intervision. One of the folks that was contracted with the mayor to assess the GDS RFP process.
And I'm Mary Ellen Cole, also with Intervision. I did support with the report and analysis.
Thank you. You may continue.
I believe we were called back here because there was a series of questions that we didn't get to.
Okay, who is it? Okay, Dr. Warren?
Yes, I mean, if possible, I think one of the things, I think maybe you may have a number of observations on the last process that I'd like to know, but I think Mr. McGowan just said, now's not the time to do RFP. Wanted to know whether these two studies actually were similar. Did you find any discrepancies or anything like that when you looked at the different studies? Just anything that you think would be of interest to us from your observations of looking over the data that you think we should know as a council as we move forward?
So while both studies came up with the same short list of vendors, I think the outcome of our study versus GDS's study was that the GDS study said it was going to be expensive, it's going to be cost prohibitive for you to leave TVA, to exit TVA, and pursue either portfolio 6 or 9. For
Pull
us,
that mic a little closer. Thank you.
for us, we were saying that you could, it actually went on the other side, and you could incur some savings with that. Now, with either portfolio 6 or 9. And the main discrepancy, why did we come up with different results? That end result was because we felt that the GDS study did not put an apples to apples comparison of portfolio 6 and or 9 to TVA. The TVA
In what way?
The TVA baseline costs were based in 2019, was before COVID, and then everybody else's costs were based during COVID, okay? And so during 2022. So you had almost a 3-year difference in cost. So when GDS went back and asked everybody to reprice and to update their pricing, they should have updated TVA at the same time to keep it apples to apples.
Any idea why they didn't? Or, I mean, that seems sort of rudimentary, doesn't it?
Yes, but I don't know if we can speak to why. It's just that's what we saw. That was our observation.
Okay. Anything else that you can think of? That was different that we should know. So 2019 dollars. You found, what about the transmission?
Right.
Any transmission costs or anything like that that we should be aware of? Because I know they didn't give us an opportunity to see what it would be like if we had to pay a wheeling fee and someone else built the transmission.
Right. One of the things that we have talked about is the difference between owning transmission versus being a transmission customer. Okay. And so when you own, it's on your balance sheet, you're having to take care of compliance restrictions, and you have to meet regulatory compliance. And when you buy, the owner actually has to take those responsibilities. So,
is there a difference in cost between the two long term?
We believe so, and we believe that your proposals did show that. Your transmission proposals did show that. We were not given the comparison between the scorecards, the rubrics, so we did not know how they judged the different transmission proposals. And that was probably one of the things that we would have liked to have seen to be able to understand the transmission position. One of the things that we said was it's not binary. It's not you own transmission or you don't. There's something in between. And part of that is then being able to evaluate what it would cost to not own and be a customer versus the cost to own and have to meet regulatory requirements.
And that wasn't in the study, so you can't make a comparison on that. So you can't say one is cheaper than the other at this point?
What? Go ahead.
So when the 3 transmission proposals received, 2 of them proposed or fit within the requirements of MLGW would own that transmission. The third was a bid that the transmission would be leased, built and leased, so MLGW would be a transmission customer. That bid did not go forward in the process. Because it did not fit the requirements of the RFP that was defined to say ownership is the only option to be considered.
So when you say it didn't go forward, we don't know what the bid was, the numbers, was it less? Or we just can't say because they just stopped the process there and said, you're out?
We have the numbers that were provided within the bid itself, but because it did not go further in the analysis process, it was not part of GDS's evaluation that we reviewed.
But so you didn't analyze those numbers then, so you can't say.
Correct.
Okay.
And I'll go a little bit further to say that because of the structure of the ownership versus leasing, the way that the costs were laid out, it would be comparing apples and oranges without significantly further analysis, which was outside of the scope of our report, which is why we did not pursue that.
Okay, but if we were to do something down the road, when everything's stabilized and we looked at it, would you recommend that we do that analysis as part of our due diligence?
I think it would be beneficial to understand the range of options, ownership versus leasing or being a customer or somewhere in between. And once you have all those numbers and understanding in front of you to make a more informed decision about which option is best.
But currently, MLG&W doesn't own that, right? TVA owns that transmission. So they own the transmission that gets the electricity to us. That's what we're talking about. We would have to build transmission lines to get here.
Correct.
Currently, TVA owns that.
Correct.
So right now, we're leasing that.
For that part of the system, yes. You pay for that.
We're paying for that. We're paying for that. It might as well be a lease, correct?
Right, you're paying like a customer.
We're paying a customer's fee for getting it through that transmission.
That is the current arrangement.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Corbett. And Johnson?
Chief, you want, Mr. President?
Yeah, just two things. And again, there's a bit of timing here too. So some of the conclusions that Elaine has referenced, we've provided as everything that we have since then, but she didn't have the benefit when she did her original study. So we have provided some things since then. One of the things I did go back and confirm, and not to be contrarian, but the TVA prices were updated. It was a minimum of $11 to $17 million higher the second time they priced it. So I think that was just something that was missed in the analysis, perhaps. I'm not sure where it was lost in translation, and I don't have it in front of me, but it was at least 11 million. If I'm looking at the numbers in my head, it's either 11 or 17, but it was updated. So I'll say conservatively $11 million. That doesn't account for all the difference, clearly. The second thing I will say about transmission is just remember MLGW today owns hundreds of miles of transmission. We fall under FERC and NERC, and we are already compliant with all of the rules of transmission. We also fall under FERC and NERC for transmission of natural gas. And so we have all of those requirements and compliance issues today.
But we don't own transmission that would connect us with MISO or
Not the
anybody
transmission
other than
across,
TVA,
but
right?
inside our network, we own transmission that takes power from where it hits our border and transmits it across our lines. 161 kV.
Thank you. Okay, I have Covet, Councilman Jones. Is there anybody else? Johnson. I'm trying to write them down. No one else? Okay. Covet, Jones, and Johnson.
Thank you. I wrote down a whole bunch of questions, so I apologize if I kind of rechurn a lot of the same ground.
Okay. Let me stop you just a minute.
Sure.
We only have maybe 2-3 minutes for each one of you because we need to stop by.
Madam Chairman, with respect, we've been waiting patiently to get everybody here, and let's churn in it. Let's not spend a lot of time. All right. Okay. Conservatively speaking, we've said I don't know, around about $50 million in savings, and I believe all this information was like 6 months ago. Prices have fallen since then. So, and I hear what the president is saying about he wants to get a plan, but if we RFP'd now, would that 50 million savings that we could then plow into infrastructure and whatnot, would it be, in your opinion, more than that?
If you look at the different cost components, by far, natural gas costs have gone down tremendously. But at the same time, you have the actual hardware like of a power plant. Those prices have gone up. Gas pipeline capacity is being taken up, so the actual amount of gas that you can buy on a firm basis is limited. The other part is like Doug has referred to before, transformers. I mean, they are still under a supply chain issue. of 18 to 24 months to deliver once you order.
Okay, because in the interest of time, so what we're saying is while we're saving money on the gas, there are increased costs for variable products that have time and lead time. So that if we RFP'd without a 2024 plan, we RFP for what we know right now, we would probably only have the 50 million. It probably wouldn't go up. Is that a reasonable statement, or is that you'll want to get back to me on it?
Well, I can't commit to the savings because I think that's a possible outcome. And again, I'm now like a man with two watches who's never quite sure what time it is. I have two independent reports. I have a GDS report that says it's more expensive, and I have an Entervision report that says it's less expensive. So that's why I'm here, because I have to make the best decision possible for all of you. And so what I'm saying is I need to carefully evaluate the environment. The environment we're in just got more complex, not less. And so I want to make sure we have the very best answer and don't miss an opportunity. I'm thinking about it today. If I had done the RFP exactly the way it was, I would have asked for requirements for 3,300 megawatts. And then Blue Oval City would have come, and let's just say we have a bunch of tier 1 and tier 2 providers who need hundreds and hundreds of megawatts of power. I'd say, I'm sorry, I just made a 5-year decision to invest in 3,300 megawatts of peak and mortgaged my future ability to expand. So it's a strategic decision that and I'll never have all the answers. I'm trying to make the most pragmatic decision I can based on the circumstances we're facing today. And so I can't give you the.
I get it. The answer is we don't know yet. All right. All right. So the TVA offered us a 20-year rolling contract. And do I understand that Intervision's report was based on that 20-year rolling contract offer? Or can we compare that to the savings that we're paying for TVA now? I mean, part of me wonders in this report that we're comparing it to a proposal by TVA on the 20-year that we're not going to accept, I don't think.
Right. One of the things in the analysis was the TVA 20-year evergreen contract was one. We also evaluated what we called TVA BAU, which is business as usual. So that's the current contract versus the new contract, which was the evergreen contract. And the evergreen contract has a flat rate. And what we understood the GDS analysis to be was that was the rate. And there is a component of the TVA bill that you guys get that's called fuel cost adjustment. And so that is an adder or a subtractor to fuel costs, TVA's fuel costs. So the sum of those two components are your total cost from TVA. It may not be the TVA base rate, which is in the contract, but the total cost that MLGW is paying is the rate plus the fuel cost adjustment. So, in other words, last fall, I think, and I'm just doing round numbers from the entire system of TVA, you were looking at an $8 base rate and a fuel cost adjustment factor of $4, so you were looking on the average of $12. And that was not in the base case.
So that's why you're not using it to compare. Okay. Next questions. You talk about a Series 6. If I read all that correctly, you're talking about 1,000 megawatts of solar power and telling me that requires 6,000 acres of land. Chief, Mr. President, I apologize. Are you aware of this?
Yes.
We have 6,000 acres?
We do not. It was not proposed to be in Shelby County. It would have been located remotely and owned by MLGW.
Oh, okay. So maybe in Fayette or Tipton or
somewhere not directly in Shelby County. It's hard to put 6,000 acres together.
That's
correct.
You own 6,000. You're going to be doing well. All right. Have we received the completed scorecards on the transmission RFP on the GDS?
Every scorecard that we've received, I've sent over. Everything that I have and that we physically have, I've given to Elaine. The only thing I didn't was she mentioned that there was a study, there was a question about why did the transmission cost jump by $500 million, and The answer to that is there's no engineering study. It was an internal working papers by engineers who put that together saying, here's what I need to do to upgrade every substation to allow this transformation to happen, including building some new substations to turn on so you could turn off the old substations while you reconfigure it. So that was working papers that is based on the cost of materials and labor to make that transmission adjustment to move to a new provider. And that's the only thing I don't have because it wasn't a report. It was internal from my transmission working group who put it together. That's the only thing that I haven't provided.
Okay, that's the only thing.
Because it's not a paper product that I have. All I have is, and I provided Elaine with that. Here's the itemized things that I need to make change to the transmission system, and here's the itemized cost for every single thing in that change.
When he gave us that list, our next question was, what went into that?
And we're certainly happy to have her discuss with any of our engineers if you like, but that was, we have a whole transmission planning group, a whole transmission infrastructure group that looks at making sure that our transmission system can handle any changes to its configuration.
Okay. Last question for now, because I know time. Page 30 of Intervision said bidders were penalized for excluding certain information from the bids that the RFP did not specifically require. Bidders were also penalized for providing bids outside the scope of an intentionally open RFP. Intervision, or I guess, Mr. President, what
else should have been called out specifically to say, hey, we'd like transmission, we'd like generation. Here's an RFP, give us your best idea, said plainly, tell us how you would meet our needs. It wasn't that plain, it was under renewables, so you had to read it and understand. So that is definitely something that was a lesson that we should apply.
So in other words, the way they said open, you got a better way.
I think there's room for misinterpretation there, and it wasn't as overt as it could have been. And so that's certainly a good lesson that we learned for the first time we've ever done something like this.
Madam Chairman, I appreciate all this time. Transparency is everything, and the president has really come in providing the scorecards, and I think a lot more data since he has come to office. So I greatly appreciate that. But I will have further questions going forward. But at this point, let's let our colleagues also jump in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones? He's gone. Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ms. Jones, you've heard from the president this morning. Do you think we should proceed with a new RFP?
Well, I think what we had outlined was the timing of the decision was at a really interesting time in the industry. Costs couldn't have been higher across the board. Since then, gas prices have come down. I don't know if we're at a new normal when it comes to the supply chain. The only time will tell with that. To do a new RFP and hearing the 2045 plan, there is a part of our report that we talk about new technologies and how new technologies is going to change everything. And at the same time, I guess you have this gigantic new load that sounds like is going to change your load shape and also change the way MLGW would need to look at its different customers. I think that with all that, if you were to do a new RFP, you would have to put the new load in and say, here's what we look like now, and here's how we project ourselves to look like, 10 years from now, okay? And that is very different from what your old RFP, your 2019 RFP had done, okay? You could, and we actually have a couple of these active right now, is what we call an RFI. And what an RFI is a request for indicative pricing. So it is not a RFP. It's not calling for formal response. It's a tap into the market to find out where's the market today. And then you would pursue further. If the market looks, not still high, then you haven't really lost any time with that. And the market has not put a lot of effort into it. Okay. I really think with new technologies, whatever you go into next, your next step, whether it's with their current TVA contract, the new TVA contract, or, I think what Doug's plan, I can't agree with him more on new technologies and how new technology is going to affect distribution utilities. That is a sure thing. I mean, if you think about electric vehicle charging stations.
Right, correct.
Okay, and what that's going to do to the load profile for MLGW.
Exactly.
So if you, I think, are you guys familiar with Buc-ee's? The Quick Trip on steroids, right? From Austin. So Buc-ee's right now has about 12, on average, they have 12 electric vehicle charging stations. They're level 2 charging stations, and the question is if they move them to level 3, which means instead of charging overnight, which is level 1, and charging in a half an hour, which is level 2, level 3 is it'll take me 15 minutes. Okay, so for the consumer, it can't go any faster. So what people are wanting to do is to speed up these charging stations. And especially when you're a convenience store gas stop, right? So basically, if Buc-ee's was to change to an even higher grade of charging stations, you're looking at all of a sudden a load that becomes 5 megawatts, and it's big. That's big for a gas station.
Yes.
So, the technology behind the meter is happening very quickly, and electric vehicles, and depending on your penetration studies of how much your area is going to grow in electric vehicles, because not every area in the United States is going to grow a lot in electric vehicles, and the technology has to grow. So all that being said is, I think you also need to look at those microgrids. I know Doug has talked about microgrids the last time we were here. Those kinds of technology that are behind the meter, that really does affect what your power supply will look like on the wholesale side. And so merging those concepts together, I think, Doug, you said 18 months, might be a good time.
If I could just add, thank you. That's exactly the kinds of things we're talking. When I say, how do our consumers want to take this power? Microgrids is something that was not considered before. We might want to do that. EV demand wasn't significant, quite frankly, not because it wasn't considered by our team, but because in 2019, it looks completely different, the pace at which EVs are coming. Last year, think about the TV commercials you saw. 1 in 10 was for an EV. This year, 10 in 1 for EVs. It changes that fast. So significantly change in the load profile. That's what we're doing. And so just to be clear, MLJV 2045 is not a plan that we're going to work on in the future. Later this month, May 24th and 25th. The 24th, it's all about consumer EV. The 25th, it's all about fleet EVs. We're hosting that. We have a series of technology experts. We're going to talk about our community's EV future. That's step one in understanding the load we're going to have for MLJV 2045. So we're underway. We want the dialogue, and that will help us understand consumer behavior and the penetration that we think we're going to get.
I'm going to watch the time.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, I think we have learned a lot in this process going through this RFP. You know, some things I hear, it seems like it wasn't done properly, you know, but then at the same time, it may have been the best that was available at the time or whoever was serving in that capacity. But I also want to keep in mind the fact that what we are currently using still, transmission line, be it TVAs, they're going to have to be replaced very soon too. So when we're replacing these, are we going to be replacing them with the thought maybe we need to take over segments of it, as you mentioned, dealing with our own energy supply sources? You know, we got to think different. We're in a different world. Like I said, technology is definitely going to affect all of that. So, you know, I think it gave us a moment to pause and revisit. I don't necessarily think personally TVA is the answer all the way, but I do think that they're a good foundation, and we're going to have to figure out how to blend them in with the future and how we're going to work together. And there are opportunities. It's too much changing to believe what exists is the only way it happens. I don't care what we're talking about. Right. Thank you, Doug, for your work, and thank you, Ms. Johns, for your comments. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Chairman Jones and Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still go back, this is still a mathematical equation. If we're taking over anything, do we want to divide those costs by 1 million people that live in Shelby County? Or do we want to divide those costs by 11 million people that live in the entire TVA service area? I go back to 2018, I think it was, that Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson, and I went to Chattanooga. And they were talking about, you know, part of what we pay for, part of our rates that we pay TVA is for the coal ash spill over in East Tennessee. And my statement was, you mean that people in Memphis got to pay for that? They were like, yeah. But then they said, well, you know what? People in East Tennessee got to pay for that Allen plant that's over in Memphis that they never will use. So to me, it's always going to be about cost. And do we want those costs borne by Shelby Countyans exclusively? If we bring everything in-house and do it ourselves, well, you talk about an energy burden now, and we hadn't done anything to increase those wages of the same folks that we're talking about saving, versus do we bring that burden all on them, or do we still spread those costs throughout this system? Until we increase our per capita income of folks here in Memphis, to me, this should be dead on arrival. We shouldn't be, it's because, and then I still go back to, you still want to have, think about all the people who are leasing and renting right now. They have no control over the market. Somebody buys their home, buys the house that they're living in, they put on a fresh coat of paint, and they've upped the rent by $250. That's the cost of not owning that asset. You know, interest rates have gone up. Those of us that own our houses right now, we do not have to worry about as much the fact that the costs, let's assuming nobody has an arm on this, but it's not a near-term liability. But still, we're talking about just the benefits of ownership versus putting the fate of what we're paying in the hands of somebody else. I just think that that's a proposition that we shouldn't be bringing upon our ratepayers or even be entertaining. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. And our last person will be Dr. Warren.
Mine's very quick. I just want to know, and you can tell me later, are we going to be the supplier for Blue Oval? is MLG and W got to supply Blue Oval, or are we just going to be supplying ancillary industry that comes in? And I guess as we go forward, bring us and tell us what you think is going to be our load from the new electrification.
Great question. No, TVA is providing transmission for Blue Oval proper. That's outside our service boundaries currently, but what we're forecasting is the tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers who are looking to locate in a place where there's lots of logistics, railroads, runways, and highways. And the interest that we're seeing here is unlike anything we've seen in the past. Especially, we had lots of folks who wanted to come, but not with the kind of demand that we're seeing. You know, a warehouse has a limited amount of electrical demand. These are all manufacturers that need 25, 50, 100 megawatts of power. So that's the kind of response, in addition to what Ms. Johns talked about, the electrification, the speed at which EVs are getting here. That's going to be a little bit different shape and also overall load. But I'll bring it back to you when I get that.
Okay. President McGowan, we really appreciate the time that you took today, and thank you for being here, ladies. I really appreciate you. And I thank the council members for your patience. Are there any other questions? Our hearts and minds are clear. This meeting is
I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's executive session. This is May 2nd. Ms. Owens, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Connelly. Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have two items on the agenda. Number one is a discussion on Ordinance 5869 to revise and change certain council districts due to population change reflected in the 2020 federal census so that all such that all such districts will remain as equal as practical. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Jones. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. This item was heard in executive last week, received 2 objections, and then that vote led it to be on the full council agenda for today at 3:30 to have 3 ordinance readings. Although delayed, I think that the committee had a lot of revelations as far as how the whole redistricting process and thoughts and input on it takes place. And so that is what this ordinance will be for on the 3:30 full council agenda. So we do not have Dr. Harris here on today. I think he was here to offer his presentations maybe 3 or 4 times before. And today I think he'll be there at the 3:30 meeting just to, well, I need to stop saying 3:30 since it's 3:42. At the full council meeting, just to be recognized along with the other community redistricting committee members.
Okay, so you're gonna move it?
So do we have to move it since it's already on the agenda later?
Oh, no, you know what? No, we don't.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. So this will just
all of Cordova.
All of Cordova
it
was there.
More than
Every member of Cordova was there.
all the area, South and North Cordova. It wasn't just Countrywood. It was people.
I'm not
from
going to argue
South.
with you, and I've got the floor.
I'm
You're trying to
corrected.
move Countrywood into Cordova as an argument to split up other neighborhoods that have expressed specifically that they don't want to be split in half, like Kirby Woods, Berklair, the Heights, just to try and say, and the county commission, so to make the county commission argument was wildly different. They had 5 commissioners who had slivers into Cordova versus one large neighborhood, Countrywood, which was its own territory at one point, if you look at the history. Secondly, we keep using this term, community members and community input. What we had was, first off, not even a quorum in the committee to get even a vote or a recommendation to come out. And a bunch of political operators termed as community members operating. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, and then I've never heard anyone tell me, as a downtown stakeholder who's lived down here, owns businesses down here, and invests down here, that we must have one council member representing this district. As a matter of fact, as somebody who owns investments, works downtown, love having Councilman Ford represent us, and I think he does it very well. So I'd love to hear from those people that feel like downtown and who they represent and who needs one district. We continually talk about this community involvement like there was none, but that this somehow, because you guys created this committee was created, and there were more meetings, that somehow was, quote, public input. And I never got the information I requested, which was who was at the meetings, how many people viewed online, and how much engagement actually occurred. And as if the city council meetings, when we have 3 meetings themselves, don't provide an opportunity for the public to have input. So I just reject all of that. And finally, and lastly, we never even though it was on executive, we're always run out of time, and never in council discussed the fact that the Open Meetings Act was violated. Then there was a mea culpa. And my question is even after the mea culpa, did anybody have contact with any member of that committee outside of the open meetings? That's what I would be curious. And if we need to have that, I'm happy to ask the audit chairman to have this in his audit committee, and we can go through it then. That I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilman Warren. Okay. All right. Councilman Morgan, followed by Smiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to say that Cordova is disenfranchised when you represent part of Cordova is to say that you're not able to adequately represent them. That your representation isn't good enough to represent them, or that Colvette, and I don't think that's the case, and it hasn't been the case. Again, words that are being thrown around in this debate that really have no basis in merit, like disenfranchisement. We're doing a lot of mental gymnastics to try to justify moving 20 different lines instead of one. And there's not a cascading effect when you look at this map that's presented by Mr. Wade, where one line is moved and the legal requirements are met, and that there's consistency for the people to understand who's their representative, who they're voting for, and what district they live in. We have a difficult problem with voter education in our community. People constantly don't know that they're even represented by 4 council members. That's a constant conversation that all of us have had throughout the years, and the more we change it arbitrarily does not help. And if you have people that are informed, they're more likely to engage and show up and repeat the process and be involved in elections. And honestly, if you want to talk about community engagement, I've heard more opposition to the map rather than the map as it is now and what Alan Wade has submitted. So if someone would like to dispute that, I would like to see the citizen support that was for all these changes, as long as it was earmarked. I don't want to go out there and get a bunch of folks support now, but show me the receipts from people in March and April that were just crying out to have change. And I really don't believe the support was there. And I can show you the emails against it on our side.
I'll just make a comment too, that this is still the body's responsibility, the 13 members of us, to take this up and voted upon. And so from the standpoint of having a process that only involved Mr. Wade versus Councilwoman Johnson taking time out of her day to come up to these meetings, Councilwoman Robinson doing the same.
If we're a republic, terrific. You're the one that
Ms. Morgan,
you're the one that
Ms. Morgan,
invoked
I
the
did not
public.
I did not interrupt you, so you can respond after I finish. But if I'm saying that to have a process that members, all of us were given ample opportunity to be a part of this committee, to provide their input, and we did. And we did. And so versus one to where, because we had an election coming up, we were under the gun to approve something, we have to modify it. It still does not remove the fact that we were under a gun to approve something at the last minute, and this minor modification is still proving one where the 13 of us did not have adequate input on this. That part will not change if we approve 5833. It will not. And so, I'm still speaking, Ms. Warren. So that's my contention with this, to essentially say that we hear from folks now when it's a process of the 13 of us to approve, but what was presented to us in this map was not presented to us until it was the adequate amount of time before the election to be conducted. Councilman.
He made a comment. He made a comment that
Councilwoman Logan.
I just want to correct
followed by Warren, Smiley, and then Easter. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify something that Councilman Morgan said, that my leadership was not adequate enough for my constituents who voted for me and put me in place.
Said that.
Just to say, yes, that's what you said.
Yeah,
so we're going to deal with what you said. If you didn't mean it, you shouldn't have said it. Excuse me. I was talking. Please wait till I finish. And I want to make certain that everyone understands that I am saying I heard the constituents in Cordova. I've received emails and information from them that seeing it as one, seeing that Cordova could have one district and one representative was something that was appealing to them. And as the representative, it's more important for me that the constituents are unified and have a representation that they feel they need. And it has nothing to do with me. That is what I was speaking to, not my ability and not their faith in my ability, because they are the ones who voted for me. And anyone will tell you that I'm always in my communities and dealing with them. So I don't think you should be able to speak to that. And I wanted to make certain, and when I mentioned Area E and solid waste and them being disenfranchised, I said that because they're the only area that is having to deal with the contract, and that has been a problem for them for a long time as it relates to solid waste. That's what I was speaking to specifically, not in general, not generalizing as you did. So please make certain that you interpret what I said correctly before you speak to what I said. Thank you. You're back, Chair.
Councilman Smiley.
All right. So I just want to make note it's 4:03. Full council meeting starts at 3:30. Started already without us, and you know we seem to be pretty consistent at being late, not this late. Also, I think we're going to have a really, really long discussion if we continue to go this route. I think we should be taking a vote, whether it is to send this to full council so we can consider both ordinances together, or whether it should be to allow this one to come essentially not necessarily in tandem, allow this one to come 2 weeks after so that we can, but we need to move this along. We're going to have these discussions and these debates at least for 2 or 3 other council meetings. I don't think we should be continuing to have this very long discussion because we're not going to be done. There's very strong opinions on both sides of this issue. We need to hurry up, y'all. Hurry up.
So
we need to.
There's a request to add this tonight. So is there any objection to having this downstairs with same night minutes?
As opposed to being able to discuss it more in committee?
No. But so
I'd rather have it.
You
I would rather have it to come back to committee and discuss it.
2 weeks. Okay. So you have registered 2 objections. Okay. So this will be. It will go down for first reading in 2 weeks. Yes. Yes.
You know, one of the things that we're looking at is if we are going to change this in time for the next election, if that's what's going to happen, if it goes down for first reading, we'll have the opportunity to vote on it. At the same time we vote on the other, and we'll be able to discuss them together. I'm not sure that it makes much sense to delay it for 2 weeks because it's going to be off 2 weeks. That'll make it a little bit harder to initiate this. The Election Commission can do this. They couldn't do a wholesale change for the next election. So this would at least allow this to be done next election. I would earnestly ask if we could please have this go down with same night minutes. And what this will do is it will allow public comment on both of these to come in for our next 3 meetings. So we'll have public comment to see what people think about these. I think that'll be good for us to hear that on all of them. If I could have those objections withdrawn and take it down for same night minutes, I would appreciate it.
Okay, so 2 objections. So this will be downstairs for first reading in 2 weeks. Yes.
2 weeks.
No holds, colleagues. We have 2 add-on items. 38 is a resolution amending Housing and Community Development's fiscal year 23 federal budget by appropriating the expenditures and revenues for the 2022 Low-Income Housing Energy Assistance Funding Program, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes, and then so that's the only add-on item that we have for this meeting, being item number 38 that I just read. If there's no other business,